I changed my mind. We're not gonna do fun stuff. We're gonna do controversial stuff that's gonna make half the crowd mad and the other crowd bored. That's the plan today. Let's go. Who's here? Hello, Ransom. Hello, Ferric. Hello, Samus. Oh, thank you for the lurk. No way he's playing mainstream normie woo. Who's playing mainstream normie woo? You? Ain't me. Hey, Donnie. Yeah, it's gonna be awesome, man. Solid plan. That is the plan. Yeah, mainstream normie woo. That is the plan. Yeah, we're gonna be doing. That today. Sorry, I forgot what I'm doing. Yes, we're gonna be playing some Elden Ring. Normie woo. Apparently, I love that. If only. Well, I mean, like the Elden Ring version of Woo-Wah is coming out. Like that's a real thing. They're making the multi-platform loot box loving, Elden Ring, man. No weird things? It has been a while. You're absolutely right, and mostly because of my negligence and distraction. Woo-Wah, the Elden Ring gotcha clone. It kind of is. I mean, like, the combat in Woo-Wah was the best part. It was. Wuthering Waves had the best combat in any gotcha I've ever played. Second best was Infinity Nikki, of course. And then, but that was fun. I wish they had the same controls. I'm a banger at that right-click dodge. Video going up today that I'm actually excited for. I think it's going to be my best work. Oh yeah, Far, you put some work into it. Oh, far out, man. What are you going to do? Hey, Jones. Good to see you, man. Glad you're here. Yeah, we're going to be doing, so we're going to be doing some, we're going to be doing a reaction to a video I saw this morning. You know how basically on today, Wellness Wednesday. Yeah, that's it. We usually go through community stuff and we talk about things that the community's kind of going through. I mean, I'm going through stuff this week. It's been a little bananas, actually. The level of bananas in my life of late has been too many bananas. And so I figured that it would be, like this actually applies to everybody. We all go through this stuff. It actually came up on stream last week. And so it's worth talking about. The last 3-4 days here have been absolutely just killer at my house. Just really, really rough stuff happening. And it's because so many good things are happening too, right? Like we have this, sort of karmic balance thing going where it's like every time something really good happens with me, with Taco, with good stuff, my house gets annihilated with a bunch of spiritual attack. And it's both, right? It's both. And so therefore, because I had the 4th anniversary, because we're doing big moves with Taco, because we're doing super awesome stuff, and like there's just cool things happening, all of a sudden my family feels like crap and everybody's emotionally messed up and low motivation, and then hospital trips. Like it's a whole thing. It happens. It just happens. And so therefore I'm like, should I talk about that? Like the spiritual connection between your life and victory and the good things that are happening in your life and the way that you feel a sense of purpose and God's really worked with you and all that stuff, and then all of a sudden the fertilizer hits the ventilator and you wonder why. Or should we jump into something else and kind of talk about a sort of a more neutral but universal but also somewhat controversial topic? And I'm like, you know what, instead of being about me, let's just do a reaction to this video here. It's pretty straightforward. I just think there's going to be some people who are watching that are going to get their nose bent out of shape, but we'll maybe it'll lead to a good discussion or two. Content creators that are huge are quitting The First Descendant, and I made a video explaining the reason they don't like the game is that they don't understand it. That literally the best gacha game they didn't know was a gacha game. It does have loot boxes, sort of, kind of. It's got things you can buy anyway. Is it random? No, things you can buy. I can't remember if it's got like the random element, but it's I did play a little bit of it. Hi there, BBG. Good to see you. When stuff is going really well, I worry. It means I'm close. I'm not close to God. Well, the thing is, things are going well. You know what I mean? Like I have really good stuff happening in a lot of different areas of my life, which is good. I'm thankful for the big things, like being able to, like, for example, the pastor of the church that I'm working with in Toronto, that is like my sponsor church. He's like, we got to talk and let's figure this thing out so that we can know what to do with you. The denomination talking about, bring me on full time. What does that even mean? Or, just kick me off and like, goodbye, have a nice life. Those are both options. Hopefully the first one. There's all kinds of stuff. I'm doing a beta test program with the head office to be able to, with their blogging system. What else? I've gotten a couple of speaking engagements. Like, there's just really neat things happening. And so the discouragement, and that really is the word, discouragement, as in to the courage that is inside of me or us, the people that are actually trying to do this, the fortitude to be able to move it forward, to try to remove that fortitude so that we're gun shy on doing good things, gun shy on wanting to be obedient, like that we're worried that, if I do this good thing, if I move forward with this, if I accept this blessing, something's going to kick my family in the teeth. And so therefore I don't want that to happen. So I'll move this blessing along. That's legit. It really is true. And it can be, right? It really can be. Because how many times can you sit there and watch your family, weep or be sick or be sad before you're like, this is directly a result of being in ministry. Maybe I should step out, or you just kind of go, you know what? God's got this. He'll figure it out. It's not easy. Hey, Pony. Speaking of Pony, did you know that tomorrow is the big D&D, the big Dungeons and Dragons day, where we're starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to be on here and we're going to be continuing our D&D campaign with Star Ponies the DM. We're going to have quiz. We got Samus, we got Arcone, we got me, and we are all adventuring, trying to figure our way out to who the heck the black, what is it, Black Wish? Black Spider. Black Spider. Yeah, we don't know who that is, but he sounds bad. So we're wandering about looking for stuff. It's fun. I've been enjoying it. I hope you have too. The first time we did it, we were kind of loose and didn't quite, we're still getting used to each other and whatnot. Second time we did it, which would have been last month, it was a lot tighter, a lot quicker. We're a lot, familiar with the system, familiar with our characters. We'd been doing some good stuff, and then now we're moving into this third one. I think it's going to run really, really well. Unless, of course, we hit the hey, you guys got to level up now before you can move on thing, and then that gets a little bit dull if you try to do it on stream. But we talked about that, so we're going to do that in between. That's the plan, is in between. So I don't think that should be a problem. We didn't get very far last time. We stayed in the same town. And then we walked into a dungeon, and I don't think we got out of the dungeon. Like, we just kind of stepped in and went, ooh, okay, interesting. And then we left. Not the dungeon, but left the game. So I think we should be good to not have to level up. I'm looking forward to seeing this place, seeing what kind of goes down. Star Pony's been awesome. But in the meantime, then before that, we're jumping back into the GTA 5 first responders live play role-playing server. We doing that tomorrow? They had some drama. So, like, they had this weird thing happen where, like, there was a bit of a kerfuffle in the leadership, and then they had to figure out another way to do the setup, and they had to find another server, and it was a whole thing. And it sucks because they're doing really good. Everything was kind of exciting. Yeah, there's some bugs in the system, but if you're going to use mods, there's going to be bugs. We all know that. But then just kind of have to rebuild the whole thing from scratch all at once. That was something. I have been enjoying it. I wish we could do it more often. I wish we could do it weekly. That would be fun. I would thoroughly enjoy doing it weekly, because then you'd kind of get the story moving forward. But it's a lot of work, man, for you. Not for me. I just sit there. But yeah, that was a lot of fun. And so yeah, no, we got a lot of really cool things happening. I just need to make sure that I've got sort of a, got my head on straight. And so I thought today, I promised. So the reason why am I playing Elden Ring? So during the subathon on Sunday, my son Wholesome Owl came in and he's like, I want you to play Elden Ring. And I'm like, okay, maybe, but Snack Girl was here and she was speedrunning Celeste and she was trying to do this cool move to get through, to like cheat a wall or whatever, and she banged her head against that wall for probably an hour, and I didn't want to stop because she was I felt like she was getting close, and then so by the way, she's got it. She's done it since. She's done both of those tricks. The first one where you skip the key, and the second one where you get past that wall. She's now officially done both. So we'll bring her back and show that off to see, so you can see that. But it's been conquered. That is no longer a problem. It takes practice, but I think actually the other thing it took was her controller. Like she was using the Xbox controller on the PC, and she moved to her Nintendo, like the Switch that she's been playing on for 2 straight years, and suddenly it was she did it in a day. So it was fun, and she did it while watching TV, right? Like it wasn't even like, it's not like she was dedicating her brain to it. It's just she's like, oh, I'll figure it out, and then she did. So what shall we go do a reaction? Let me pray a little bit, and then we're gonna open up a video. We're gonna talk about ABXY swap it's hard to get used to. Yeah, well, she tried to rearrange them, but yeah, it's plus it's different. The height of the stick or the height of the hat is different. Like it's all kind of, yeah, it's a different controller, especially with that little tiny, like it's really smooth and like really small, as opposed to being a big old chunky thing. I like the big chunk because I got bigger hands than she does. Not by much, but I do. I'm going to hey Swag, good to see you. What I'm gonna do, we're gonna be talking about whose tables would Jesus flip over today. Sounds like a very Christian-y thing to do, but you know what, it's a fascinating little video, and I'm curious as to your guys' reaction, so I want to see what you guys think. So yeah, I'm gonna pray real quick, we'll jump into the video and we'll see what happens, what comes of it, as they say. It's from Wretched, if you don't know who Wretched is. Which I like him, he's great. Okay, God, thank you for the day. Thanks for your love. Thank you for your connection. Thank you for your forgiveness. Thank you for walking with us throughout our life. Thank you for knowing us and walking with us anyway, for knowing our future, knowing our past, for reconciliation with you. Thank you, Jesus, for your death on the cross that led to us being able to have a life. God, you are very good to us. Your grace is amazing. I pray as we'd get into this video, we'd see truth, we'd learn truth, we'd see what you want us to know, that it would be encouraging, not just divisive and not just slamming people, but being warned and trying to be wise. Thanks for good teachers and for the community. Draw whoever needs to be here, please, Lord. Amen. All right. Let's do this one. Oop. That's a banger song. What's the Eternal Groove? I love that. It's got a little bit of 70s funk in there. That's good stuff. Okay, so here's the deal. We're gonna just push play. I'll pause my way through it. Feel free to comment whatever you want to say. Do you agree? Do you disagree? What did he just say? Kind of stuff. Or like let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. I think personally, there's gonna be one or two places where people are gonna be like, "Hey, I like that person," and it's gonna be they're not like that, and so we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, push and play.
Imagine Jesus returns today to inspect how those who claim his name are actually conducting his affairs. Question, do you think he'd be pleased? Or might he turn over a few tables? I got to tell you, I think a lot of so-called Christian enterprises would feel Jesus' table tipping wrath. Would like to share with you 5 ministries whose tables I think Jesus would tip over in a heartbeat.
So before we do that, yeah, Todd's got some style, man. Todd, he's a good guy. I like Todd. He's got an interesting voice, because I think if you know him and if you know how he sounds and the way that he speaks, he's got a very old school radio voice. And so therefore if you don't know him and you don't know his character and you don't know the way that he's legit a super smart dude and really studious, you'd think that he was a shyster. He just kind of has that sort of that tonal shift that makes him sound like he's making things up, but he's a good pastor, good guy. So let me ask you a question straight off the bat. What do you think? He said, the Christian enterprise, Christian industries, Christian whatever, that Jesus would come and flip some tables. Get off the top of your head, what would you say you think some of those are? Just see if you're right and see if you've got yeah, let's do that. Just realize that I'm not streaming this. That one. There we go. Cool. Yep, there we go. By the way, did you guys know I got my TikTok streaming revoked? Chick-fil-A? All right. Why is that? That's an interesting take. I'm more than willing to chat about that, because they definitely have a certain take and a certain DEI shenanigans that they pulled the last 5 years. DEI. People keep saying that, and I can never remember what the heck it means. Because I always think DWI, which is driving while under the influence, and I don't think you mean that they're getting drunk and making chicken. What's DEI again? Diversity, equality, inclusion. Okay, so what have they been doing then? Like, as in they haven't been DEIing hard enough, or they've been DEIing too hard? I got banned off YouTube and TikTok streaming. It had reinstated 5 minutes later. I got it reviewed, but according to the stream elements, I just know. My guess is that it's because I haven't been posting on there super regular when it comes to posting. I've been streaming on there, but I think they want me to post. Benny Hinn, yeah, that's an easy one, right, Jones? Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. VBS supplies, I like that. Yeah, interesting. Some publishing companies, I think that should be on the list for sure. DEI is a name for what used to be called affirmative action. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's what I thought. So what are they going too hard? Or are they going too easy? Donnie and Cammy said different things, so I'm curious. Donnie and Cammy, oh yeah. To us, DEI tends to elevate people based on race instead of skill. Yeah, well, there's a good side and there's a bad side, right? Like with all things, the intention of the intention of the law or the rule or the policy is, let's not pull from only a single pool because you assume everybody in there is the right person. Let's pull from a larger pool and give more people an opportunity so that we don't have this continuing cycle of assumption. You know what I mean? Go pull from a different pool. However, what it gets turned into is you have to pull from this other pool over here, no matter what their qualifications are, no matter what, because they're part of this pool of individuals, whatever it is, handicap, racial stuff, sex, gender, whatever. You have to pull from that, and that's not what it meant. It's not what it was intended to do. CCM industry, yeah, okay, good. You guys are on the right track. Flew too close to the sun, hired a diverse consultant, got rid of him after they got outed. She needed exposure to get right. Well, It depends on why, right? Again, like if I was running Chick-fil-A and one of the things that I wanted to do is try to figure out how I can, because they're selling chicken, right? Their job is to sell chicken, they're not a church. And so it's like, how can we sell more chicken? How can we, because one of the things that people don't like about us is the fact that we are Christian, and that, you know, like we got in trouble for funding groups that wouldn't let homosexuals in them or some jazz, you know, and so therefore we want to polish up our reputation and be able to be diverse enough so that people can think we know what we're doing with diversity, but we also want to be able to figure out how, you know, how to do that within the realm of our own, you know, faith and understanding. That would be a good reason, and I can understand them walking in and them going, you can't. Oh, okay, bye. If they banned me for being inactive in a server, I wouldn't be almost in any service. Only chatting 3/8 of them. Yeah, I think it's probably because I didn't post. You know what I mean? Like they want posting, as in like permanent videos, not just live ones. DEI also has folded into a lot of current dogma about anti-racism, which is far more divisive than any would suggest. Yeah, isn't that funny? Like we want diversity, diversity. What was this? Equality, equity, and inclusion, right? Like those all sound like good things, unless you dig down to what they mean. Because if it's outside of the concept of qualification, right, then diversity, equality, and inclusion make zero sense, right? Because, like, you know, I always like to use the example of babysitters. Right. So, you know, you're a mom or dad, you've got a baby, and, you know, if you're going to hire a babysitter to watch them, you're going to be very critical, very judgmental of the people that you want to babysit your child while you leave and go away for, you know, a few hours. If your entire brain is only, I must choose from, you know, all people for all time, everybody is equally qualified, and I have a responsibility to pull from everyone, then you just pick at random. And that includes everybody from, you know, people who've been to jail for doing horrible stuff to kids, all the way up to, you know, people who, you know, the people who are super nannies. Like, and that's just not how you do that. DEI, joining DEI programs usually means you're not DEIing enough when you never will DEI. Well, that's another thing. You can never be divisive enough. Like if the goal is 50% of everything for everyone, it'll never happen, because like everything needs to be 50-50 women, 50-50 of all races, or 25-25-25, or 10-10-10-10-10. Like, where do you draw that line? And it has to be, you know, then you got to have equality for every disability and everything. You can't possibly, it'd be impossible. There's no line to draw. They stopped funding Christian groups and went LGBT. Chick-fil-A did? Interesting. I didn't know that. For me personally, someone insisting they can be Christian and do OnlyFans, yeah, that's a good one. People be Christian witches, flips tables. Yeah. More than anything, disrespecting and desecrating the Lord's house of worship, where it only times the scripture where Jesus absolutely went off on somebody. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, like there's that pastor's wife a while back. I don't know if that's still a thing, but she's like, was she a pastor or a pastor's wife? I can't remember what, but she's like, I make money on OnlyFans because God gave me that ability and that's my skill or something. And I'm like, blah. Well, diversity, I mean, it means everything, right? It's just that's the thing. Like, I appreciate actually the idea of forcing people to look broader than their preconceptions. I think that's important, because if you just leave it to them, they're just only going to be thinking about themselves. Like, we only hire from this pool, we only look at these people, we only think about this, they have to look like this and sound like this and be from here and be part of, you know, this school, like the whole 9 yards. And that's just how they're going to think. So making them go, hey, listen, man, you got to think outside that box, I think is a good thing. But it, of course, it's anytime you try to legislate morality, it's not going to work. That's just one thing. Like, yes, obviously, you know, do not murder. But the point is that if you're trying to legislate people into moral change for the sake of the fact that it is the right thing to do, it's going to go too far. It's just really hard to do. I might have been wrong about the E part, but equity is defined the quality of being fair and impartial, or the value of the shares issued by a company, and then of course equality state of being equal, especially status, rights, and opportunities. Yeah, I don't know. Equity, which in that context means equality of outcome rather than the traditional definition of not playing favorites. Quality of outcome, yeah, that's the problem. Hi, Ted's cabin. Yeah, the equality of outcome. You can't do that. It's literally impossible. King is based on neo-Marxist critical theory, so it addresses any issues, some of which are real issues through that lens. Okay, yeah. I'm all for people can change, but I'm gonna be pretty leery about putting someone who's been arrested in charge of embezzlement in charge of my finances. Yeah, and I think that's part of it, right? Like I would say this from a Christian perspective, looking at that exact situation, right? So you need someone who's going to be, in charge of your finances, or in charge of the accounting, or in charge of your investments, or whatever. And you've got this guy who's really good at it. I'm going to switch out the music for something a little bit softer, if you don't mind. All right, let's go. So from a Christian perspective, it's, be wise. Obviously you're not going to take the guy who his temptation is he wants to steal money because for whatever reason, and to put him in charge of the money. That's actually cruel to them, because if they're trying to struggle through that stuff and they got problems with it, then to be like, here's a big pool of money, try not to screw it up again. That's actually dangerous. To be like having someone who gets a gambling problem work at a casino, drinking problem be a waiter at a bar. That's just dumb. Don't be dumb. But at the same time, this person who has, made a mistake in the past, and then they've been through stuff, they've been through punishment, they got caught, they've gone through reconciliation, they come back and they're like, the thing I'm good at is this. I really am good at it. I learned my lesson, and here's how I'm going to do it so that I'm above board and whatnot. I think we as Christians can go, yeah, reconciliation is a thing, and repentance is a thing, and so therefore it's not like 0% chance, you can't do it. But so we would open up the idea of it, but at the same time we should be very cautious. That's not the same with pastors, though. Once you've been disqualified as a pastor, it's not like you can't teach anything ever, but you're pretty much toast. I'm all for people that can change. Going to be pretty leery about putting. Okay, sorry. The sad part is society was slowly being more DEI naturally in the 90s, and some people wanted to pick the scab of our past mistakes. Now demand DEI. That's another part of it, right? Is the hard part is like there is institutionalized racism in places that is like built into the system. And I'm Canadian, so if you are First Nations, Aboriginal, whatever, even Métis, part of the history is that the government did horrible things to the people, your race, your people, and it's not like it was ages ago. We're talking like less than 100 years ago kind of thing, sometimes even less than that. Like, it was quite recent. And so therefore, there is still built into the system, still fallout, still all kinds of stuff from that. And so therefore that needs to be addressed in a unique way for those people. Big can of worms here, but was chicken and Alistair Begg controversy? Which controversy? Like, I remember he's been part of a couple, and I don't know when the last one, which one do you mean? He endorsed attending LGBTQ marriage, despite knowing what the Bible says, more nuanced. Oh, I remember seeing that. It is an interesting take. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. I think Marriage is something God instituted and he defined, and therefore, if you are attending it or it is within your church, then therefore you are giving approval to it, and you're saying God approves it, and me being part of that is saying that I believe that God approves this, and I'm raising my hand to say I'll be part of that, and I, thumbs up, and therefore you can't do that when it comes to sin. Same thing with any other, like someone who's serial divorce or didn't go through their the proper thing, or committed adultery and then married someone else, all that stuff. You shouldn't be affirming any of that, because God literally defined marriage. So it's whatever, when it lines up with that, then go nuts, man, have a party. But no, you shouldn't do it otherwise. I'm a pastor, so like marrying people and whatnot is an option that I have. I can say yes or no. I have quite a long qualification, and I'll tell you what, I haven't done a lot of marriages because I sent out every time I'm like, hey, do you marry people? And I'm like, yeah, I do. Here's my qualifications, and then I never hear from them again, like 90% of the time, because stuff in there is like, you can't be living together, you can't be sleeping together, your parents need to, unless it's a really weird situation, your parents also need to be approving, unless it's really horrible or something. But like there are qualifications for that, and nobody seems to qualify anymore, so they're all just go, well, go find someone else. The amazing thing was that though it led to residential schools, was at the time thought of progressive and anti-racist, but then they picked the completely wrong people to run it, apparently, and that's the thing, it's institutionalized stuff like that. The government's terrible at it, and they made a lot of Catholic and supposedly quote unquote Christian people, and they were horrible. I'm prepping to teach class on the biblical Christian worldview on politics to high school juniors and seniors in my church. And one thing I'm going to emphasize is that the state is a separate institution from the church. God doesn't intend the state to be the moral arbiter of society, but rather to enact justice. But when you secularize society, remove God from the public sphere, no one can agree on what's moral anymore. Marxists will turn the government into a moral teacher. So one of the things that we as Christians, how we screwed that up is we gave it away. So in the day, you had the government, and they, governed how to make the roads, and the police officers, and make sure there's firemen and all that jazz. Make sure that we get taxes and etc. And the church ran most of, if not all of, the mercy ministries. The hospital and adoption and sick and food banks and all that jazz. That was the realm of Christianity, was that we were the mercy mission, and that we would go out into the world and we would make sure these people are taken care of, and the government working in tandem with that would be like, okay, you guys don't have to pay taxes because that's an incentive to have you in the neighborhood, because when you're in the neighborhood, you're doing a lot of good for the society. You're doing a lot of good for people. You're taking care of the women that are getting in trouble, and you're taking care of the kids that don't have parents, and you're taking care of the people that are sick and homeless. You're taking care of people that are elderly. Like, that's what you do. Christians, good job. Here's some, here's your tax-free thing. But for whatever reason, Christians decided, I don't know when, we went, I think we'll just give all that to the government. Government, you should be the one doing this. You should be the one running the hospitals and having or private industry for that matter. Private industry from, secularists should be running the hospitals and running the charities and running the adoption centers and running all the mercy missions and running all the food banks and just everything. And we gave it away and gave it away, gave it away, gave it away, gave it away, gave it away now. And now we wonder why they are so secular, non-biblical, and our brains are all like melted, whereas we were the ones who gave it away. We're the ones who petitioned for the government to take over. We're the ones who said, okay, government, we want your money and we want help, so yeah, we'll sign an agreement that lets you govern what we do as a Christian ministry. You give us limitations based on what you think is correct, what you think is incorrect, what you think is moral. And of course, because they're the government and they're not they're not trying to be biblical. They're just, whatever they're trying to do, they completely change the thing. We gave it up. We gave that stuff up, which is why if you look at your average church these days, they completely lack any kind of identity when it comes to why they exist. If you walk up, and I know this because I've done it many times, what would happen if this church disappeared just today? Poof, gone. Who would mourn the loss of this church? What would happen? And most of the time, what you're going to get is, well, it's a beautiful building and people really like the look of it. Or you're going to get, well, there are a lot of older people who like coming to this church because they're used to it and it's where they grew up, et cetera, et cetera. And you're like, well, they could go to a different church. It's really not that big a deal. They just slide into another place, you know? And so so what would happen? Like, are there people who are fed that wouldn't be fed? Are there people who are educated that wouldn't be educated? Are there people who are lost and are being discipled? Are there people that are like why? What happens if you disappear off the map? And many churches have no answer for it. We do at VBS in the summer, and we babysit the kids for a year or for a week. Right? That's the extent of what we do. The rest of the time, we just try to get people to come in, give us money, and pay for the roof. And it's just if you had an identity connected directly to your mercy mission, to your like, this is what we do, we're educational, or we have a seminary, or we do like we feed people, we clothe people, we take care of children, we train the people from overseas, and we teach English classes, and we help people who don't know how to use computers, that kind of stuff. You'd have these mercy missions that are a part of the identity of the church, and all of a sudden they're like, well, yeah, we need to show up, we got to take care of things because we're the hands and feet of Jesus in this neighborhood. Many don't have that. Donnie said, I've got kind of a controversial stance on that as well. Many people say sin is sin. There isn't a hierarchy, but Jesus said there is unforgivable sin, and Paul stated that there are sins that exist in the body and sexual sins that exist outside the body. So I kind of wonder if sexual sin is more severe. Sexual sin doesn't affect you, but it can affect your partner and your future children. Hard to explain. No, you're not wrong. The unforgivable sin is a little, that's a little bit of a misnomer. Unforgivable sin is just hardening your heart. Just hardening your heart to God, looking God directly in the eyes, understanding the gospel, understanding who Jesus is, and saying, no, I don't want that. Calling the good that is Jesus and the good that is the gospel evil, and turning your back on it. Like literally hardening your heart against grace. That's the unforgivable sin. That's why when Jesus was looking at those guys who were Pharisees and they're looking dead in the eyes of Jesus and be like, you are Satan. And he just looks at him and goes, you know how close you guys are to committing the unforgivable sin, as in to harden your heart so severely against me that you are irredeemable? Like, that was a warning. To Pony's point, right? So sexual sin actually is different. It is treated differently because the body is a temple, because the marriage is sacred, because there is a difference in when you perform sexually, you do sexual stuff with someone. There's a different kind of relationship. You become one, kind of like gluing two pieces of paper together kind of thing. And if you try to separate them, you're never going to get them apart properly. That kind of stuff. We know from a biological perspective, the releasing of oxytocin and the having an orgasm and things like that actually alters your brain chemistry, and that's why it's really hard. It's really it's a whole thing. Plus babies, like it's a different thing. Sexual sin is a different thing. Does that mean that they all, these guys go to super hell? No, that's not really how that works. But it is a warning to Christians specifically. Like, it's written to Christians. It's not written to non-Christians. It's written to Christians. Hey guys, get your thing out of your other thing. It's to say that this is going to screw you up extra lots more. Right? It's going to screw you up extra lots more. So be really careful with it, because you're sitting in a much more severe, much more consequential, much more damaging way, and you're like offending God and offending him in much more, because your body being the image of God, the representation of him on earth, when people look at you and what they're supposed to see is God, right? They're supposed to say, look at that. So in other words, every other religion of the world, and at the time, they all had a statue, right? They'd like go to the temple and there's our statue. Look, it's our God, Zeus or whatever, or Baal or whoever. Like we got a guy, and there he is. The Jewish religion, Israelite, whatever, We didn't have that. Their image, the thing, was humanity, right? The man and the woman together is the best image of God that we have in this world. There was never meant to be a statue, right? That's literally one of the commandments. Don't ever make a statue, because that's not how it works. You are the image. Therefore, when you perform sexual sin, you do sexual sin stuff, you are profaning the image. It's like you walked into the temple of whatever, and you spray painted it, or you chipped a chunk off of it, or you profaned that image of God. It's double offensive to them. It's one thing to go, Zeus is dumb, and it's another thing to walk into the temple and kick the head off the statue. That's what we're talking. That's what that is talking about. Yeah, we're getting posse together. That's actually the secret agenda of TacoCon, is that during the afternoon, we're just going to go from whatever city we're in and flip tables. It's going to be an activity we all do together. What would you do? Remember, flipping tables and chasing people with is an option, right? Yeah. So is a lot of things, though. You gotta be careful with that one. Not just that the church gave away the mercy ministries, but the government also took it. Tommy Douglas was a Baptist minister before he was a politician. Yeah. 6 of one, half a dozen the other. Yeah. Okay. Kamikaze Yoshi says, the consent of the governed have been abused through the education. Voters have become foolish sheep following immoral wolves. Those wolves voted themselves into power. We got lazy and scared and let it happen. It's true. Lazy, scared, and ignorant. I think that's another one of the words is, people stopped studying, people stopped reading, people stopped, like Protestant Revolution, which was really, hey guys, you should read the Bible. All of a sudden people went nuts for it, printed it, was reading it, was all over the place. That's where you get all kinds of growth and massive spontaneous stuff, and denominations and different, like all that stuff happened because the Bible cannot be read. And people just stopped. They took it so for granted, they stopped reading it. And then they ended up being easily manipulated, easily confused, easily changed, easily lied to. And the church themselves, they had no way to be able to combat that, because if you stood up and said, well, the Bible says, you had a bunch of ignorant people who either didn't know or didn't care about the Bible. They just went with whatever they felt, which not new. I've been doing that since the start of the church. That's what literally Peter was doing when he looked at Jesus and he said, no, never, Lord. Like, get thee behind me, Satan, because you're going with your gut, not with what God's plan is. Uncle Ted, entirely correct. As the Western society became more secular and enthralled with Enlightenment values, they came to see the state as a cure to all its ills and source of good. Which I think at the time, there was a hangover from the establishment of the Western societies by Christian nations, right? So when the U.S., when Canada was founded, kind of thing, when even, I guess, whatever, some Western culture was found, there was Christian values built into it, right? That was kind of the thing. So therefore, when you elected people, when you thought, what are the qualifications of a good person that I should elect? It was, you generally think of biblical qualifications. You'd be like, well, they need to be, honest. They need to be, have good standards. They need to have good reputation. They need to be good to people, good with their money, good with, have trust, all that stuff. And now people don't think that way. They don't have biblical qualifications for the people that are in office. They have different qualifications, which usually comes down to level of their own individual wealth, their own individual power, and whether or not they're winsome enough, which is like literally demonic. We're the image of God rather than statues. It's true, we are, yeah. During ReachCon? No, ReachCon, no, I don't think they're going to let us do it at ReachCon. We can flip over tables in our own little room. Actually, we should do that as one of the, because we're doing the mental health section, the come chill out thing. You know how one of the things that people do to chill out is like smash stuff? We should have like a section there where people just come in and flip tables. and just to feel better about themselves. We could have a table flipping competition. Who can spin it the most times in one flip? Would you say someone could be a Christian without believing the Bible? No, you can't be a Christian without believing the Bible. No, the gospel is from the Word of God. Can you, because the Bible is the truth about God and the truth about salvation, therefore, if you don't believe what the Bible says, you can't be a Christian, because that's how you become a Christian. You believe what Jesus said, and that's in the Bible. Also, it just popped in my mind, would be a good pick. Taco team flipping a table. Caption: Taco flipping the tables against digital ministry. Turning the tables. Turning the tables. It's not meant to be, it's turning. Like Lazy Susan style, I think. Maybe? Let's not, I know turning also means to flip. I know that, but let's more gently, sort of a more, hey, look, we have other things on the table, rather than walking in and flipping things over. Would have the table would have a taco bar on it? No, that would be profaning the tacos. What we should put on there is something. What's the opposite of a taco? Jefferino. I think that if it were to ever start flipping tables, I would not be able to stop. I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Starts in your heart, though, man. Table flipping starts in your heart. And all this stuff is heart issues, and like I'm gonna Jesus juke you hard, so hold on to your neck. And is that, the instinct that you have towards walking into government, churches, whatever the list he's going to be giving here is, and flipping tables, is also occurring in your heart. There is some idolatry happening in there. There is some selfishness happening in there. There is some compromise of your integrity happening in there. There is some usage of your money and beliefs about people that's happening in there that needs to be overturned as well. So that's why the stick in the log that Jesus talks about is get your head right. Because if you're going to go flip tables, you better check the tables in your own life first. Right? Jesus was perfect in the way he conducted himself. When he walked in there, all of his motives were exactly correct, and he didn't have any of those problems. But we do. So flip your own tables before you go flipping anybody else's. No need to flip out over these puns. Not a taco? The opposite of a taco is not a taco. The absence of taco is the opposite of taco. I don't think that's true. That can't be right. What's your take on convention-style leadership? In my opinion, has become corporately tainted by lobbyists around certain denominations rather than local member bodies. See, well, yeah, exactly. I grew up Baptist. I was a Baptist for a long time, like a long time, since age 5 all the way up to age 45. So, for a while, and so. I've seen, I was a Baptist pastor. So if your question is about the convention style leadership, I have seen individual churches that were absolutely terrible at governing themselves. Really, really bad at it. And I mean, next level bad at it. Like making all the worst decisions in the world. I remember I was at a church one time. Give me 1 sec. I need my back scratcher so bad. I'm dying. It's harder than you thought and more dangerous. Yeah, you can hurt yourself. Gotta be careful. So I was at a church one time and I was going in there for a job, and they flew me all the way to Alberta, from Ottawa, and went in there, and I spent the way that a lot of these pastor like interviews are just so unfair. I was there for days, meetings upon meetings upon meetings upon meetings, just for days. And then they're like, now go run the service. And I'm like, I've never been here before. Well, let's see how you do it. So I went in there. Okay. And so I was, talking to the worship team and whatnot. And I was qualified, knew what I was doing. I did well. People thought I did well. And then, I get the call, we're not going to hire you. And so I contacted the denominational leader for that entire area. He knew that church was going through some stuff, and his response, I'll never forget it, is like, they couldn't make a good decision if they wanted to. Right? They are so screwed up leadership wise, sort of like culture wise. They just like, they can't make good decisions right now just because of the way that they are. And there are a lot of churches like that. If you get one oligarch / rich person in there that's manipulating people, you get someone in there that seems like a cool person and is a very uncool person nobody seems to want to listen to. You get someone who always is, and I've seen this, man. You get that one person that anytime anybody comes in new, they're immediately like, shoink, hey, you want to go for coffee? I'd love to meet you. And they're immediately bringing them into their personal Bible study that you're like, when did you have a personal Bible study? Oh, I just started it myself. Aren't you proud of me? Like, you never told the church. And so they're trying to make these little converts, and so you either get one of two reactions to that, which is either they become of that tribe and then part of their voting core, or they're like, man, that person's psycho. I don't like it here, and then they leave. So like, there are some really messed up churches out there that can't make a good decision to save their life. Which means having that denominational style, that convention style, that upper level, be able to come down and go, hey, listen, man, you guys need help, and you shouldn't be making decisions. You need a routing. You need someone to come in and have the power, the authority, the ability to change some stuff, because you guys are really off the reservation. And I've seen the other side, right, where you have the denomination. This is, say, the Anglican Church is a great example of this, where you have the denomination where they are like, we've decided that we're just going to throw the doors right off of LGBTQ stuff, and just everybody has to believe that now everywhere. And then you've got churches that are like, well, yeah, but no. How about no? And they did. I had a friend who went through this, and so he was a deacon, treasurer on the whatever. His hand was like on the money and on signing on stuff. And so the Anglican Church came in and was like, you don't believe what we believe, we're going to sue you and we're going to take your building. And so he was on the hook that he could have had to, pay tens of thousands of dollars or all kinds of crazy stuff because of the way it was built into the system. And so they just kind of came in, took the church, kicked everybody out. It's like that. The abuse is there, which is why, believe it or not, in Canada here, the Anglican Church, the diocese of the Anglican Church was somewhere in Africa, because there's a conservative African like bishop or whatever, and everybody, the churches here that didn't want to be, that still want to be Anglican but didn't want to go cuckoo, they went and became a part of that diocese. It was an absolute mess, just ridiculous. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword. I think, like with anything, if you look at biblical qualification, you see what Paul does is he comes in as the apostle and he appoints elders. The elders are the local representation of authority that's supposed to be there. The elders are supposed to be, sort of the representatives of the best form of Christian that you got at the time. And then he just leaves them in charge, and he leaves. So when he comes back as an apostle and they're all screwed up, he has the authority to reboot, to reboot the church and whatnot, but he would never come in hard. He'd come in with argument, with trying to be like, these guys are evil, these guys are wrong. Sometimes he performed an actual miracle and things like that, and struck someone blind or struck them mute or something, but generally you still have the necessity of positional leadership is built into the system. That's built into the Trinity, right? Father, Son, Holy Spirit. The positional authority is built into the Trinity, and if we are a representation of Him, and the church is a representation of His bride, and the way that He's going to work in this world, we're going to see positional authority, right? It's going to look like this all the way up to God. You know what I mean? And that's just how it works. I, as a pastor, am supposed to be under authority. I can't just be all by myself, otherwise I'm in danger, right? Which is why I'm one of the few and the proud Christian, full-time content Christian creators, if not maybe the only, who actively worked really, really hard to get into a denomination so that they could have authority above them, so that I wasn't on my own and spinning out into the universe. Because one of the underlying tones of digital ministry is how anti-traditional church they are, and how anti-authority they are, and how anti-denomination they are, and how anti-big church they are, and things like that. And so I'm like, that's not right. I need to be under authority. I need to be under accountability. I need to have someone looking into my stuff and asking questions. You have to. That's just the way it is, because that's the correct thing to do. Even though it's hard and it sucks and it's so slow sometimes, and they don't get it, and you have to explain it, and it takes months just to do anything. It's just part and parcel of how God has designed the church to work. At no point is there supposed to be like a ceiling of, well, that's this guy's the top, him, then God. That's just not how that works. And good church I go to used to be Episcopal, and changed once they went down to diocese. There hasn't gone off the deep end, and that's the thing, right? You've got the Episcopal Church, which is the American Anglicans. That's what they call themselves, and yeah, they had the same battle, same situation. The Archbishop of Canterbury is a poopy head. Let's leave. Yeah, we've gotten 31 seconds into the video. Stay tuned. Shall we keep going? Let's keep going. So what we're doing is, who would Jesus flip the tables of today? And that started a hour-long conversation of the first 30 seconds. So good job, Todd.
Before we do, gotta have some rules to the table tipping game. After all, Jesus didn't cleanse the temple twice without good reason. So let's establish our rules and then see who is breaking their rules. Here they are. If you recall, Jesus turned over tables at the beginning of his ministry.
What is happening in the background there? Everyone, Jesus flip everyone's tables. I mean, no, that's the thing. Remember, when Jesus got really upset, he was always looking at the same group of people. And it was those who were in spiritual authority, those who were supposed to be the proper ones who guided people towards God, those who were supposed to be the ones who were doing it better, those who were talking about the law. Those are the ones who got in trouble. Make sure you bend your knees. Lift from the hips. Team lift those tables as you yeah, exactly.
John, and we see two rules. Watch for them.
He overturned the tables of the money changers and scattered their coins.
Take them out of here! Stop making my father's house a marketplace!
His disciples remembered that the scripture says, "My devotion to your house, O God, burns in me like a fire."
Did you catch the two rules? Rule number one, Deuteronomy, believe it or not, it actually allows for people to sell sacrifices and even do foreign currency exchange in the temple courtyard. But these merchants in Jesus' day, they made the Father's house a mere place of business, not a place where people met with their God to offer sacrifices. The merchants were turning what should have been a sacrifice from the heart into a mere financial transaction. In other words, the Passover wasn't about
that's
sacrifice.
a big one. That's number one, right? Turning what is supposed to be an offering from the heart, an act of worship, a connection to God, into a financial transaction. Okay, that's number one.
Any longer. It was a mere religious formality, and Jesus hates religious formality, so he tipped over the tables. Rule number two, he tipped over the tables. Did he catch it? Because he had zeal for his Father's house. It's a Greek word. It's an unapoetic word. It sounds what it's trying to convey. Tsao. It sounds like water boiling over. Tsao. That's what zeal is. I can't contain this. It's going to boil over. It's a desire to see something typically good happen with fervor and even with jealousy. Jesus had zeal for his Father's house. He didn't want it turned into a marketplace. He didn't want to turn it into something it was never intended to be. Those are the two rules from John, the first table tipping. Here's the second set of rules from Matthew.
Bye-bye.
At the end of his
See you tomorrow.
ministry, it's Passover again, and Jesus basically performs an encore. Maybe they didn't get the message. Watch for two more table tipping rules.
Jesus entered the temple area and drove out all who were buying and selling there. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the benches of those selling doves.
It is written,
He said to them,
my house will be called a house of prayer. But you are making it a den of robbers.
Catch 'em? Rule number one, the Father's house was to be a house of prayer, not a place of profit and commerce.
That's actually
Number
one
two,
of the reasons
merchants.
that every time anybody came to my came to the church and their idea was basically we should have a bake sale, we should have a garage sale, we should sell things in the parking lot. My answer was always no. I don't support that. Right? Is that we don't have any, we don't have any ministries into the neighborhood. We don't really offer anything to people. We want to get to know our neighbors, and their instinct was let's sell stuff to them. And I'm like, that's no, what? No, it's like if you want to do hey, everybody come and get free stuff. Sure. Hey, everybody come over and we're going to serve you tea and cookies and sure, but do not sell. Why would you think that the first impression we would want to give on the people that we haven't met yet is come to our church and buy stuff? That's terrible and also dumb. Unsolved mystery. Yeah, that's funny. Pastor selling books and radio shows and music. I mean, it depends on what they do with it. Right? Again, it's not a matter of you're not allowed to sell a book. You're not allowed to have a money changing. You're not allowed to. That's not the point. Is the point isn't the money changing. The point isn't the selling of the doves. The point is what's happening behind the scenes. What's the heart of it? Where's it coming from? And who are being manipulated? And who's being, fooled? Right? So, pastor selling books that gets turned into ministry money, or helps him continue to feed his family or whatever. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the next level where it's you're milking the faithful for money. But we need a private jet for reasons. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, I mean, it would. How much would it save if we could just fly everybody? We go to get me, and then we go to get quiz, and then we go to get. Stop and think about how much money we'd save.
Because of their price gouging, they were offering horrible exchange rates. They were simply using God's house to make a massive profit.
That's what I was talking about when it comes to that, the books, right? I can be a better minister if I have a bigger house. That's an argument that's been made. Literally, don't you think I would look better to the non-believers if I had a big houseboat, car, plane, right? It's...
To summarize, Jesus tipped over tables because merchants made true religion about something else. In this instance, financial profit. And Jesus didn't like it.
So with that, our church recently started advertising who the free coffee comes from. And it didn't feel right to me. The church isn't selling it, just saying who sells it. Yeah, it depends. Like if it's some guy donates and then he wants his name on it, I don't like that. So I have friends that were pastors, and they everywhere they went and everything they did within the church was sanctimonious or sacrilegious, because everything had a name on it. Right? He'd go and he wants to hang a projector so that they can do worship music with a projector. Well, he would have to cover a thing on the wall that stands behind the podium or whatever, and it's got someone's name on it. Oh, you can't cover grandma so-and-so's art, don't you know? What's wrong with you? That's horrible, don't you know? Blah, blah, blah. And so he couldn't put that up. And then he's like, we should, we got to update our hymnals, or I can't remember what it was, but every single hymnal had someone's name in it. And so he'd go and like, we should move this table. We should and just like everything had a name on it. Even the freaking, and I had this at my church, the cup and the thing that held the cups for communion, and it had someone's name on it in memory of. And I'm like, that's the most ironically stupid thing I've ever thought of. And I did, I was like, it's just so dumb that you would put in memory of and then have the communion cups in there. Like, what's wrong? Like, that's you. Like, it just literally made my brain tilt. I didn't know what to do with that. But the problem was, because everybody's name is on it and everybody's grandma's name is on it and whatever, you can't get rid of anything, because you're not just getting rid of that picture or that fridge or that, pencil case. You're getting rid of that person and their memory, and everybody is all up in arms. Which is why I would say that the idea that, someone going, I have the coffee, put my name on it and I want to feel special. I think that's wrong. I think that's literally, when you give, do not give as a heathens do, give in secret. But if it's, say, for example, a coffee company in town is donating their coffee, and on the bag, right, it says such and such a coffee company, and they pour in there, and there's a thing on the wall that says thank you to so and so coffee company for donating the beans. I don't think that's bad necessarily. Is it advertising? Kinda, but at the same time, they're providing a service to the church, giving the beans away, and their name's on the bag and stuff like that. And it's like, ooh, where'd this coffee come from? That's pretty tasty, Then, and they're definitely losing money on it, because they're going to have a good church full of people drinking beans and like a 2% turnover for people coming to their shop. It's I don't know. I can see that maybe, but even a sign that says sponsored by such and such, even I don't like that. But I think if you like, I would think the extremity of that would be that you have to like felt marker out the names on the bag because you don't want anybody to know who it's from. That might be the better way to do it. But I'm not going to get too, stuck up about someone having their name on the bag if their business donated all the coffee. If they had special bags that were like unmarked and they brought it, I think that would be probably better, more biblical. But I don't think it's necessarily wrong for if they send their bags and they have a name on it. I don't know. If you think you're trying to minister to a Fortune 500 CEOs and you need to be part of that group, most likely people not get in there. It's true. That's so dumb. And one of the struggles that the church has had for a very long time is that idea that we have to be like the world in order to serve the world. And it's actually the exact opposite. We have to be not like the world so that we look different from the world in order the world to look at us and go, what's going on over there? Why is that? You guys are weird. As opposed to, wow, you guys are so much like us. We can't see the difference except for one thing. Instead of saying, this band, you're saying that band, even though they sound identical. So you need to look different than the world. Chrono says, I don't have a problem with a ministry having a private jet, though. Like, if they use to travel around the country or continent faster, more comfortable, why shouldn't they? Because well, A, perception, B, cost. It isn't more cost effective to have your own airplane. It's not. That's a very wealthy thing. I can get from here to Florida in an airplane, and it's easy. Done. And it cost me, for the one time I go, but every time you do a private jet, it is clearly more expensive. It's not about the comfort, it's about status. At that point, it's about status. There's nothing you gain from having a private jet that you don't have on a commercial flight. Even if you say we fly first class because our guy's on stage everywhere, everybody knows his name, so he flies first class because he's at least up in the corner with people who don't want to bother him, and he uses that time to work on stuff. Okay, I can at least get that far. He's got a reason for it. But a private jet is a next level that I don't think will ever be necessary. There's of course you need to come from the airport to the church in a limo because it's more comfortable. Like, what? No. No, you don't. Non-believers criticize the minister with a big house for fleecing people. You can't win. Oh, yeah, dude. Yeah. I remember being told the story of one pastor. He Getting all the old pastor stories. So there's one guy who's, when he was a young man, he first took a job in a church, and he was told flat out that he was going to be checked on for when he started work. And the way that he was going to be checked on, there'd be people in the church, especially one guy, who would be driving past his house or looking at his house or around his house somehow, and he'd be looking for the smoke coming out of the chimney. And if there was no smoke coming out of the chimney before X a.m., then he knew that he was wasting time and wasting the church's money, like not being a proper good pastor. And so he would get reprimanded, and he would get, in trouble if he didn't have the smoke coming out of the thing at the right time. The second thing that church did was they had the pastor come to the bank for his check. It was the banker, like the guy who ran the bank. It's in the U.S., right? So it can be a private bank. So he showed up. He sat there. He said it was his first paycheck, I think. Had him sit there, and he sat there in the bank like this, waiting on the bank manager. And then finally he was brought in, and he said, then the guy went, and he's like, okay, well, and this is for that, and this is for that, and this is for the church, and this is to pay for this thing, and this is, required for that, and here's yours. And he literally counted it out right in front of him, said this is, and then he gave him way less than agreed to, kind of thing. Like it was a whole show for, Mr. Potter to really demonstrate his power over the pastor and how much he is an employee, and you better watch yourself. Like there's some really crazy, insane people out there who have done some pretty mean, horrible stuff, man. All right. Aren't communion cups in memory of Jesus? Yeah, exactly. Yes, that's the idea. Sure is the heart of everyone involved. Beyond your criticism of your pastor without a nice car, Rolex, big house, is it bad the pastor having to defend, deflect, or hide why he has those things? I think he should have a good reason. I think that he should be held to a higher account. I think he should have that what he does with his money is one of the qualifications for being an elder. What he does with his time, the reputation he has among the people of God and among the people outside, is a qualification for becoming an elder. If his reputation is bad, if his uses of money is bad, if his ways that he, the perception of people is that he is bad, that he is dangerous, he is stealing things, et cetera, all of that, it factors into your qualification for being an elder. So yeah, it does matter. He should have to have a good reason. Now, if the other side of that is where you have these people they're like, well, everybody knows that the best pastors are dirt poor. All the best missionaries can barely scratch together, enough to feed themselves, because that's how you know that they're humble. That's how you know that they're not in it for the money, is because they are so wildly uncomfortable that they literally don't have the money to live a normal life. And I don't see that as something that God says ever. In fact, God says in the Bible, he's like, take care of your priesthood. Make sure that they feel a sense of honor, that the ones who are working hard for you spiritually, the ones who are teaching you, those will make sure that they see you honoring them. And I think part of that is for their kids to be able to attend school, for them to be able to have 2 liters of milk in the fridge at any given time, for them to be able to have a house that they and some kind of equity, because when they turn 65, they're like, okay, you're no longer our pastor, and they walk out, they have nothing in the account, they have no equity, no home, nothing to sell, because they've given everything to the church. They walk out, and now they've got nothing, because the agreement was the church would take care of them, and now the church is done with them, and off they go. And now they can't live. And there's a lot that doesn't sound, it maybe sound crazy to you, but there are a lot of pastors out there who they didn't have any money because they live in a manse. They didn't have any home. They didn't have any savings. They just lived off of the bare minimum because that's what the church gave them. And then they had, and then when they were done, it's like, man, I can't retire. I can't do anything else. I got to go. I can't afford to live. Nothing wrong with saving for nice things. Ministry is not a vow of poverty. Yeah, exactly. That's it. It's also, you're not meant to fleece the sheep. Exactly. But at the same time, it's not meant to, like, you don't need to be the most destitute person in the entire church. Ironically, you know what's funny about that is if you show up in dirty jeans because you can't afford to launder your stuff because they don't pay you enough, you're going to get criticized because you're not wearing a really, really nice looking suit. It's like, oh, you want me to afford a suit? Yeah. There's no way to get it right. That's why your intentions and your reputation and, all that stuff, that's why that matters. Is it though? You don't have to deal with people's baggage claim, any of that. It is far more expensive. Yeah. It's far more expensive. And just because, so what would just leave earlier? These are records saying that at the height of his popularity, he regrets flying private only and how he was a huge waste of money, even though he was safety thing for him and his wife. He thought it was ridiculous to spend money on that. I am that guy though. I don't care. I'm not that. I lived. Let me sit down before I say this incredibly arrogant thing. I'll sit down in my fancy chair in front of my fancy computer with my fancy microphone and tell you how destitute I am. Like it's every job that I've ever taken, has paid me less than the previous job. Throughout 16 years of ministry, I got 2 or 3 raises, meaning, and they were never even equivalent to the inflation rate of inflation. Right, rate of inflation is like 2%. I got a 1.5% increase, 2 or 3 times maybe over the course of 16-year ministry. Every single time I took another ministry, I went to the next thing. It paid me less than the previous one. My best paid ministry was the first one I took out of seminary, and after that, it was straight down. Right, it's not a lucrative business. If you're going into the pastorate because you think it's A, easy, B, that you'll be popular, or C, that you're going to make a bunch of money, don't. It doesn't work that way. Steph the Sharp showed up to church in the Zachmobile. Are you a pastor? You're not held to the same standard. Smoke coming out of the chimney is a wild way of making sure someone's working. What if he's frugal? I know. What if he's using too much wood or coal or whatever? He's an old guy. Even if you personally think it's expensive, that's purely subjective. I also know of at least one ministry where a jet was donated and fuel is paid for by private donor. The ministry owns the plane, but its costs are minimal. That's different, isn't it? There's a big difference between some rich dude offering to pay for something and having the pastor say, I need this, so let's use ministry money that could otherwise be taking care of people, helping folks, running the ministry, doing a million other things, getting more employees, and buying me something so I'll be more comfortable. There's a huge difference between that. Like, for example, Reach, and and some of the other, I'm not going to say who, whatever, but like there are ministries that we know of and ministers that we know of that are in digital ministry. They wouldn't be able to function if it wasn't for some rich dude who just decided to make it okay for them to exist. The rich dude lets them do it, and that's a good thing. We need those guys. Otherwise, a lot of ministries wouldn't exist. But we can't say that because they accept that pile of money and they do something with it, that it's automatically bad. To a degree, spending money for your comfort it is subjective. Yeah, like how much comfort is comfortable and how much is too much comfort. Yeah, that's why it's about reputation and intention and stuff, right? But church can't or won't pay their pastor a decent living wage and an ability to build up some equity. They shouldn't be surprised if he doesn't give them a full week's work because he's had to go out and seek out a second job. I know plenty of pastors who are paid half-time and given full-time hours and criticized when they don't put in the full-time hours. And they have a second job so that they can afford to be part of that church. But if they don't put in their 40 hours, they're criticized. And like, well, you only pay me for like 20. right? And they're like, well, yeah, but you're negligent. Shouldn't you be volunteering for the church too? You ask everybody else to volunteer for the church. And it's like, you can't win. Jeff says, church that offers up parsonage for the pastor is both a blessing and a curse. Blessing because it's affordable housing. Curse because some churches hold the house over the pastor's head and feel that it's theirs, dude. There was one manse I know that was also the church office. So the pastor lived there upstairs, and then in the morning, click, click, someone entered into his basement, and that was the church office. And so it was not his land. There were people who would walk into his house because they felt it was theirs, so that they could inspect, so that they could, check on stuff. They didn't feel like they had to respect him, that it was his house. They just stomped in because it was them. It was their house, the church's house, not the pastor's house. Yep. Many cases, pastors are forced to be bivocational to get by. Both their study time and their teaching time ends up taking a hit. Then sleep and mental health becomes a problem. Pastors deal with burnout. Yeah, pastoral burnout is real. There's a reason why only 1 out of 10 students who graduate seminary retire as pastors. That's true. That's real numbers. Their time for hospital visitations, premarital counseling, visit the elderly, all that stuff. Yeah, it takes time, man. And all those people want, getting there and then spending time with them takes time. Can't send an email. I'm one of those. I'm blessed to have a congregation that allows me to have boundaries. That being said, there are several 12-hour days in my work week to do my full-time secular job and then study, prepare for services. Yeah, and it's part of the sacrifice, right? Part of the sacrifice for ministry is recognizing you're not going to be paid for the hours that you do, because that's why it is. You usually get salary. You get this amount, you do the work, and just like, yeah, okay, cool. I live to serve. I live to use whatever gifts that I have to be able to serve God's people, to lead, help, to serve. That's what I do. And c'est la vie. But the implication that, the pastor should be sick, poor, tired, and broken because of the ministry that's a misnomer. That's bad. And I think there's a lot of people who if their pastor's too happy, too comfortable, to able to have a vacation, able to have a cell phone, able to has wearing an Apple Watch, that they don't like that because they want to they're somehow offended. There's also the other side of it. There are people that are like, if your pastor doesn't look good enough, isn't wearing the gold watch, isn't wearing the proper suit, isn't driving a nice car, they feel as though they're being a bad representative of Jesus. And so they don't pay them more. They're like, you should be saving up for that stuff. Huge difference between purchase and donations, but they criticize the same. Yeah, you're right, because people don't understand. They don't look into it. They just criticize. And remember, they're the shepherds, and the thing that the enemy wants to do the most is disqualify, shut down, and have these shepherds quit. That's what he wants. He doesn't want good pastors to stay in the ministry, discipling and equipping people. That would be the worst. So he raises up wolves to take, he raises up gossips, he raises up slanderers, he raises up, thorns and to be in the pastor's flesh to make life miserable. It's just, that's how he does. And there are people who buy it, and there are people who don't read what the word is, don't know what a pastor is, don't know what an elder's even for, that have their nose bent out of shape. They have no idea what an elder's for. They just know that they don't like whatever is on stage or is in the office. Giving is supposed to be a calling and a blessing for the giver, and a way for those blessed to income to be part of the various ministries. It's first an act of obedience. Second, it's an act of discipline. Third, it's an act of joy. And fourth, it's an act of provision. Right? Jeffrey, no secular in quotes, because I don't really like the term, feel like whatever job you do is for the Lord. Yeah, exactly. That's very biblical. I take the trash out, quick prayers to avoid an ambush out there. I was punched out at the dumpster 2 years ago, and now it's worse unless it's raining. Somebody punched you by taking out your garbage? I'm sorry to hear that, man. That sucks. That's so not fair. Make your face cam bigger. Well, I was gonna... Go ahead, Zach, you know how. You don't have to complain about it. You could just do it. Probably, I think. Heaven bid the pastor's kids get to be a normal kid. Or yeah, exactly. Nope, us PKs don't get normal childhoods very often. And you never will. Like, you never will. It's impossible. If you're going to be a PK, it's going to be weird. Just the way it is. That's okay. Usually it means you're also going to have a real hard time coming to faith. A lot of PKs I know really struggled with becoming a Christian. I know pastor with the pastor being comfortable, but when the church is spending money on a billboard advertising the church and calling it evangelism, I honestly wonder where the priorities are. Depends on the church, man. Right? Like it totally depends on the church. Sometimes that, and depends on the environment, depends on the people that they are serving, depends on the community, how their communication works. There's nothing inherently wrong with a billboard if it's in the right place for the right reason, for the right, ministry, for the right community. Nothing wrong with that. It could be very wrong, it could be lazy, right? That like, oh, we don't have to serve our community. We just advertise that people come to our building and just God will work through it. That's bad. Bivocational pastors also don't have time to support various ministries within their church. If you want to have youth group and a soup kitchen and an after-school ministry and XYZ ministries, support of the pastor is extremely important in doing those. Yeah, so you need a point leader. Yeah, and he has to have the authority to say no, right? Or at least the system by which you can do that. You go, listen, we should not do that because that isn't correct. That's not where God is going with this. That's not the plan where, we've all agreed to this, and, things like that. So he also has should have the ability to say no. Blocker says, depends on the purpose of the billboard. It's just a billboard. Then probably not. Yeah. Depends on the purpose. Yeah, exactly. Disabled people are like kicking a football for dealers and cops. We're sport. That sucks, man. I can't imagine. Zachy, that is not it. Because I've told you how to do exclamation point in biggin. Wait, that'd be the opposite. Actually, no, I'm wrong. I made another code. Maybe I didn't give you the power. Hold on, I'm going to make sure that I'm not talking completely out of my butt, and I have to apologize to Zach for the first time in my entire life. Nope, I'm wrong. I did game left, game right, and game middle so that you can change where I am on screen. But I have not created one that makes my face bigger. That is true. So my apologies, Zach. Now, if you'd have done in biggin, it would have made the game bigger. I'm dumb. Whatever new thing pops up at church, my rule is congratulations. You're now in charge. Let me know if you need anything. What is that book?
It's me, princess.
You probably read it too. It's a really, really famous pastor book.
I feel pretty, oh so pretty. I feel pretty and witty and bright.
If you remember what it was, I can wear the tiara. We'll do Bible stuff. If you remember what it was, it was basically, that was exactly this sort of ministry. The person would come in and they would say, I have an idea for ministry. And he'd go, great, go do it. Let me know how it goes. And then he'd come back and they would be like, okay, it's going great. I need some funds and people. And then they'd go, okay, cool. Or the other side of it would be, go ahead. And they'd be like, no, I thought it was a good idea for you. Well, too bad. I can't remember what that was. But there was a whole book, a whole leadership principle package based on all that. No criticizing for being underdressed. Yeah, that's true. I visited some cities where almost everything was hop on the freeway to get to X. Those communities aren't going to see the neighborhood church because they aren't driving through the neighborhood. They will see the billboard. Yeah, it really does depend. Motivation matters. Okay, back to the video. Wow.
are rules that will guide us in identifying who today would get their tables tipped. Let's consider 5 contemporary potential table tips. Number 5, contemporary Christian music. Oofda. It's a $4.5 billion, that's B, as in billion, $4.5 billion industry. And that would be fine, I guess, if they weren't charging exorbitant prices and making a handsome living from the proceeds. How do I know?
Yep.
Hey, I've got AI. Bethel Worship. They charge for one of their concerts.
Okay, he's about to say the number of what you think a Bethel Worship ticket is from. Well, here's your challenge. Give me the low-end ticket and the highest-end ticket. What do you think those numbers are? What do you think those numbers are for the the nosebleeds and the spittle zone? What do you think those are? Yeah, CCM is a great one. It's so easy. Haven't read the book. That philosophy fell out of necessity. When I first became a pastor, I did everything everyone asked. I got to the point where I was either lay some things down or walk away from the ministry. Yeah, you have to, right? You have to. It's really easy to get guilt tripped into it, or to be told that, like we've always done it that way before. And if you don't do that, you're not a real pastor, especially if you're young and you don't know what that means. You're trying to not offend anybody. You're trying to show your heart of service and whatnot, and just end up being distracting. And then you go do the stuff you're supposed to do. You got no power left for that. So you start laying it on your wife and laying it on your kids. You guys please come help because I'm losing my mind. And it just ends up hurting everything. Yeah. Yep. Hey, you can come listen to me play saxophone badly for free if you want. All right, Pineapple, let's go. Should be selling an album online. It's a trap. It's a trap. Hey, just go. Good to see you. Been a bivocational pastor for 10 years. Never been a real pastor. Oh, that's funny. You poor thing. What am I then? 20 years. No, you're bivocational. It's only 10. Right? Math. That's just math.
What they are, it's not a worship set. It's a concert between $67 and $368 per ticket. Okay, those aren't Eagles prices, but come on. In 2023, Bethel Music brought in $18.4 million.
Good thing, Pineapple.
Hey, how's about that Lauren Daigle? You've heard about her.
I don't know
She's
who this is.
the...
I've heard of the name, but that outfit is something else. I don't know what this whole Earth Mother situation is. Maybe it's part of the song. I'm one with the trees and the flowers, and I the very grass will worship the Lord kind of thing, and I am also grass now kind of thing. Maybe, but dude, it's crazy, and it's an interesting thing because it's the same argument we're having. Oh, what's wrong with having expensive tickets? It costs a lot to be able to. That's not the point. It's the end goal. It's the profit of this is in the $1 billion range. You know what I mean? Like that's not how much they're after it, the paying for the paying for the artist and paying for the venue and paying for the CD and paying for all the rest of that stuff. And then you get to the end and you're like, oh yeah, we made some money. They're literally making $1 billion extra on top of all the costs, and they're not spending that on ministry and things like that. It's just it's profit. These are music artists, not ministries. They aren't the church. Well, what tables would he flip over? Right. That remember that we're talking about the church. He's like, what Christian ministries would he flip over? And in the same way that the money collectors or the money changers or whatever were not the priests. I think it's very, very similar. But to get my soapbox with this video subject, especially with Bethel Elevation Hillsong, this is the soapbox. You're in good company. Winter Jam was an awesome concert, and I think they had opened the stands for free. Floor seats were actually priced. I think we paid our church $50 to be part of the group on the floor, but they actually took up a collection during the concert. Nothing wrong with taking up a collection, nothing wrong with charging, especially if you have limited seating. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, this is how it's got to go. and you got to pay for being there and things like that. So that's part of it, but that's not the point, is it? Never understood how Amy Grant got canceled by the Believers, but Lauren Daigle didn't, because people don't know or care anymore, man. Amy Grant, that was back when, like it was an older generation.
Rage. Here are her numbers in 2021. Her tour, Zoinks Scoob, average revenue per show, $450,333. Total gross revenue for the tour, $13.51 million. Again, I think possibly you could maybe somehow justify big numbers if it didn't involve people getting rich from it.
And that's
Number
the point.
4.
I think that is the point. Like rich again is not a statement that is, you can't qualify it with a number. What is rich? According to who? According to where? How much do you have to have before you're rich? Like that. I don't know. Some people are going to be like anything more than bare minimum. Some people are going to be like $90,000. That's rich. $9,000 a year. That's rich. You're rich. Other people are going to be like nothing under $500K is rich. And so therefore, but if people are walking away from worship, and if this is intended, and that's what they'll say. If they say, welcome to a concert, we're having a concert, come to the concert where I'm going to be singing and pay me to sing to you, which is what every other musical group is. Like, we know we're paying them to sing to us. Here you go. Here's money. And sing to us. We get it. You're here to make money and you're good at what you do, therefore fine. But a lot of the Christian artists don't do that. Like, welcome to church. We're having church tonight. We're doing church stuff here. Everybody come to worship. Can you really feel the presence of the Holy Spirit? They're not doing a concert. They're saying that they're the church, and they're saying that they are doing a church concert. And then at the end of the day, they're walking away with millions of dollars because they had a church service, which to me, that's where the criticism is valid. I would take no issue with a Christian musician making commercial music and then alternative and morally rotten secular music and charging comparable prices for a willing audience. But if you call your ministry, behave like a ministry or a church or a service. Yeah, same thing. I never once charged admission for a concert. I lost so much money. You're allowed to break even, man. You might even be able to make some if it means you can feed your family and whatnot. But yeah, no, losing money on it, probably not great. I don't know. I don't care about performers or actors or singers. They are here for entertainment and provide a way of service. I don't know. I don't care what they make. People want to pay for it. That's fine. It's not a charity. But remember, they don't frame it as that. If they framed it as what you said, I'm an actor, I'm a singer, I'm here to perform a concert for you, please come to the concert, then like it wouldn't be a problem. They don't do that though. They say, I'm a ministry, I come to church, come to this place where we are going to you'll meet God in a special way. That's how they sell it. And that's not good. That's money changing stuff. I once went to a weekend music seminar workshop in Lincoln over here. It included a free concert held by Delirious in Lincoln Cathedral. Oh yeah, Delirious used to be the bomb. I liked Delirious. They were great. Good to listen to, really chill. People trashed the heck out of Amy Grant and gave her a hard life. I got back inside. There's enough neighbors out to keep the creepers out in the street. Got 2 small G.I. Joe machine pistols. Oh, sick. I'm glad you were safe. Glad you got back, man. That's important. Blocker. Fiscally rich is not the problem. It's how you live after that. Nothing wrong with being wealthy, but should be able to live in obedience to God. Well, God does let wealthy people be wealthy, and there's nothing wrong with that. God creates some people who are great at business, and they will make a gazillion dollars. That's fine. They're not the church. That's the whole point. They're not claiming to be a church. They're not claiming to be a ministry. They're not claiming to be representatives of God. They're just great at selling whatever their thing is, and they make a bunch of money doing it. And then they're held accountable for what they do with that money, right? Themselves as individuals, right? If they're overturning nations and selling, running drugs, and that's bad. But if if they're like they use it and they buy themselves a house, who cares? That's their money to do with as they will. That's not the church. There are very few modern Christian artist groups who have solid doctrine in their music, and most of them won't be played on K-Love or other Christian radio stations. If it's on K-Love, generally avoid it. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is because they're very popular, they're good at their job, and their message is kind of kind of okay, and it's hard to pinpoint where the wrong is, but at the same time, it's also like super vague and just kind of full of isms. Like I'm not anti new music. I'm not anti Christian music. I'm not anti even like silly music. Whatever. It's all about intentionality and really what you're consuming. I don't think God is a problem with rich people. It's more about their attitude to money. Some people are raised to make money for God. I think it'd be interesting to include this in this any known info on what they do with their money. Charity supported. Again, this is not. We're not. This is the ministry. We're talking about these people as an industry using God's name and using worship to make money. That's what they're doing. That's the problem. Not the fact that there's money, but where they're getting it from and the motivation behind it. I'm convinced I didn't know that they were calling it worship or church. I thought Lauren Daigle was just a Post Malone and happened to sing about God. If you go look, at the way that they structure and they talk about it and during a concert and whatnot, I've never been to a Lauren Daigle concert and any of that kind of stuff. But across the board in all the things that I've ever seen, it always is talked about being church and a God moving and all kinds of stuff. It's never come listen to music and it's about Jesus. It is very much governed as a worship service. What church calls worship, I call music. CCM is more like an anthem rock. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that if that's what they think it is, but they don't talk about it like that. Worship should be focused on God and be centered around how he wants to be worshipped, not how we want to worship him. It's not about us. Yeah, very, 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 very true. And sometimes you're going to be doing things as an act of worship that you don't prefer, right? Like for example, if you are dividing with the people in your church, dividing with the old people, I can't sit next to the old people. I don't like their music. I can't sit next to the young people. I don't like their music. I can't sit next to the to Gen Z because I don't like how they sing, how their worship goes. I will divide from that part of the church. I will not submit to their preferences. I won't subordinate myself in service to them. I won't seek to be in unity with them. I will not. It's more important that I get my way and I hear things my way. That's bad, right? That's bad. That's you preferring your preferences to your brothers and sisters in Christ. That's wrong. Spirit and truth that delves into the topic of biblical worship. Yeah, okay. Post a link. Maybe people go watch it. Dreams. I would argue that music isn't theology. Paul said that we're to work out our own salvation. People falling into bad theology, it is a hard issue and laziness from the believer side. From that, we could actually segue into unstudied Christians streaming under the Christian tag and then trying to field questions about theology and spotty at best. I mean, except for one thing, the way that they taught theology in Scripture was through song. A lot of when you go through the Bible and you're looking at like the catechisms or like the way that they're summarizing theology or summarizing the faith or summarizing salvation, they do it with music. It's a poem. It's a song. That's how they do it. Not all of it, but that's why it looks like a poem, because they sang it to each other, and they would help each other out with psalms and spiritual songs. Because it was part and parcel of how you discipled people and how you taught people theology was through the art of music. That is how that works. He only wants rhyming quatrains in 4-part harmony with piano and organ. Oh, dude, piano. Remember that at the time? Piano had to fight to be there when the piano first came out. They had to fight to be in church. We sing our theology. Exactly. With Lauren Daigle, who lost some credibility a few years after being publicly pro-LGBT. I don't know. I'm skimming just to catch up. Yeah, godly earworms. Those are a good thing. I like VeggieTales music, not because it's particularly like it's memorizing the Bible, but some of the truth in there is really good. You got a 4-year-old that knows God is bigger than the boogeyman. That's an important truth. Careful with that theology argument, as there are definitely points that are black and white, but on matters that are debatable. Yoing. We should not be divisive, but discuss and continue. Yeah, definitely, for sure. We should. We're allowed to have strong opinions, but we shouldn't be dividing with each other. Yeah, I like Caleb, but I don't expect you to teach me. Yep. Fair. A shadow. Elaborate on this, please. Even if it is incomplete, what is there should be doctrinally sound. For instance, reckless love is bad theology because God cannot be reckless. It goes against his very character and who he is. Being reckless means you do something without care and for what the outcome may be, but God is both all-knowing and all-powerful and fully sovereign, so he can't be reckless. I completely agree with Shadow, by the way. That the idea that if they're going to be singing, they're going to be calling it Christian music, it should be biblical, aligning with the Bible. I think you can have a lot of liberalism. You can have a lot of you can go a long ways for how far you go until you're wrong. You could get all mushy gushy and still be okay. Even some of the Jesus is my boyfriend style songs, some of them are they're not wrong. Sung by the right person at the right time in the right situation, kind of thing. But but some of them they really are dead wrong theologically speaking, and they worm into your head, and they end up teaching people bad things. How old are you to remember when pianos first came out? I'm not that old, but I know some of the history of Christianity, and guitars had to fight. Pianos had to fight, organs had to it wasn't automatic. It's very much of their own time. There are still churches that refuse to sing anything other than what are the words of the Psalms. They have the regulative principle, and you can't sing anything else that's not in the Bible. Right? That's that's a thing. And pianos, when they first came out, it wasn't like an automatic. Wow, what a holy instrument. Same with guitars. It was crazy. People just really didn't like it. And now we're like, of course you need a piano in church. Back up. I don't know how many years. A lot of years. But, then you got people that are like right now, of course you have to put your seating in rows, right? If you go to church, obviously the seats have to be in rows, got to be a platform, got to be some guy with a microphone. That's just how church is. If you backed up, how many years? 1,000? Maybe 1,500? Nobody was sitting in rows, sitting in circles. What are you doing sitting in rows staring to the back of each other's heads? That is super impersonal. Why aren't you looking at each other? And also, why aren't you guys eating together? Why do you come here, sit down, stare at the back of each other's heads, and then leave having eaten nothing together? Do you not know how this whole Christianity thing works? Are you dumb? That's what you get from an older generation, right? What we do is very performative, very individualistic, very non-familial. It is very sterile. VeggieTales was solid, and I loved it. Phil Vischer is out. Yeah, it went cuckoo. Yeah, I agree. Kamikaze. I agree. Especially when they brought bacon in. As soon as they brought in bacon, I was out. Yep. Ooh, we got a reckless love thing. And ukulele makes an interesting point. Reckless love is poetry. It isn't saying that God is reckless. It's saying that God hunting down a person who doesn't want to follow God seems reckless to us humans because we would throw away out time like that. It's again poetic interpret, but therein lies the danger of ukulele. That's the situation, is that you have nuance. You understand theology. You study stuff, you read stuff, you do Bible stuff, you understand that, and so therefore you're able to see the nuance of the poetry, of kind of give them the benefit of the doubt and say, yeah, I see what they were trying to go for there. Most people don't, though. So the ones who are walking away singing that, or singing of multitude of the other stuff, that's their picture of what God's like and how God works, and they don't have the vocabulary and the understanding to be able to wiggle out the proper nuance of the poetry. They just That's how they walk away thinking. So is that dangerous? Is that bad? Is that good? Who's that for? Christian worship is best done with inspired psalms, hymns, and spiritual songs without accompaniment of musical instruments God formerly indulged his church with. What? Best done with only the inspired psalms, hymns, and spiritual songs. How do you know they're inspired? I mean, the psalms are obvious, but how do you know the hymns are inspired or the spiritual songs are inspired? Who gets to choose which ones those are? Without the accompaniment of musical instruments. What? God asks for instruments. Go get the instruments and sing some songs. That's what? Formerly indulged his church with. But in the Old Testament, he asked for instruments. Instruments have always been part of worship. Just like lyricless movie. I make up my own lyrics in my head. Yeah. There you go, Kirk. Okay. You guys are talking to each other. I'm not going to jump into that. This was the artist's intention, and he's saying it was reckless. Okay, knock yourself out, guys. I'm not fighting about that one. Drums? Oh, dude, I remember when I was in a previous church, my first church, we had a guy come in. We finally got a worship leader to come in that I talked to. He brought his son. His son had a djembe, which is just kind of like a kettle drum he puts between your leg. And that freaked out some of those old people so bad. They literally thought it was a demon voodoo drum. They thought we were like conjuring demons during worship because he was using his hands on a drum. He was very insulting to that young man. It was awful. Because he was hitting a drum with his hands. What do you think that they used? How do you think it worked back then? I used to play the flute before I switched to saxophone. Once someone told me the flute was unbiblical. How is that? What? That doesn't make any sense. I don't understand that at all. It's a wind instrument. You're blowing wind. It's no more evil than whistling. But he told us in the Bible enough about him that we should not be okay, you can knock yourself out. I'm not going to get into that. I can see both sides. One, that it's poetry. Two, that it shouldn't be sung as part of a theological worship set. Some people look at it, put it on the radio. It's just radio music. It's not meant to be worship music. It's just stuff about God from a poem and poetry, some Christian that put together and put it to music. So it's not trying to teach you theology, man. It's just a song from their heart they got on the radio. It's not worship music. They shouldn't be singing it in church. And then other people sing it in church and you go, well, it shouldn't be sung in church because it's wrong theologically. That I agree. I think both of those things can be true. The Reverend Chapel I grew up in put the chairs in a circle for the first part of the service, which was more about sharing as well as communion, then rearranged it into roles for the sermon. Form follows function. There you go. The medium is the message. Is that? Can we use that one too? Praise him with trumpet, raise praise with the lute and the harp. No flute in there so far. Tambourine, okay. Strings, pipe. Oh, there's the pipe. Well, is the fruit a pipe? Maybe, probably. There you go. Probably a pipe. Is a fruit a pipe? It looks like a pipe. You can sing Psalm 150, but you can't do what it says. All right, what? I'm just going to go check and see what that says. Yep. No slashes. Also no SP. Praise the Lord. Praise the God in his sanctuary. Praise him in his mighty heavens. We can't do that, technically, until you're dead. Praise him for his mighty deeds. Praise him according to the excellence, greatness. Praise him with trumpet. Oh, that lute, harp. Okay, there you go. That's funny. Yeah, no, whoever said, I think you were probably stirring the pot, is what I assume. Just trying to be silly. Unless it was like you're being ironic or something. But yeah, obviously, if you've read the Bible, you know that instruments are totally cool. Yeah, a lot of traditional hymns have lost their exactly. You're absolutely right. So therefore, like, do you modernize them? You're on. This is not an easy subject, right? It's not an easy subject. Praying during worship is hard when there are lyrics, so prefer none. If they're going to play music while you're praying or when the pastor's playing, they shouldn't be singing. That would just be confusing. Do they do that in your church? I haven't experienced that. Usually they plunk along a little too loudly for my poor deaf ears, but it's Shadow says 100% XtianNinja polling done by many groups shows that so many Christians don't have proper understanding of the God we serve, so we can't assume that they can discern whether what a Christian song is saying good or not. God is worthy of taking the time to make good, doctrinally solid songs. And I think those are the ones you should sing in church. Those are the ones people walk out singing. Those are the ones that they get their theology from and whatnot. And then I think it's perfectly fine to have poetic music on the radio, poetic music that you listen to at home that's on CD made by artists. Nothing wrong with that. But we just got to be really, 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 really careful about especially I'm a preacher, I'm a teacher, I teach Bible. And so therefore I got to be careful what I bring into the church, because people are going to walk out thinking that that's the truth. They should walk into the church and go, everything they're about to say to me is true, right? Not, I have to go home and figure out which parts were fibbing and which parts were metaphor and which parts were meant to be for advanced level users. Like, you should be able to walk out going, yeah, okay, I get it. I'm it's all true. At least it was presented as truth. That's the idea. They weren't trying to snow me or whatnot. And maybe go home, check out the Bible, see if everything was correct. But you know what I mean. Long time ago, missionaries in England loaded the huge pipe organs into ships to send to India so they could have proper worship music. So dumb. Yeah, walk over there into the big triangle building. Like, why is there a big triangle building in the land of ovals? Yep. Shadow. Yep. Extremely doctrinal music. EDM. Extremely doctrinal music. Hello, I'm a little late. I apologize, Edge Wax. Give me a minute. I'll be down there in a second. Yep, I've been told if they just pray this prayer, they're good to go. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Oh, Jesus looks at everybody. He's like, it's going to cost everything. All of it. All of you. Top to bottom. Sell your soul. It's the whole thing. Modern Christianity. You're doing Jesus a favor. And as soon as you do him that little favor, then he has to bless your socks off. No, that's not how that works. Jeremiah, I meant that I take the psalm, hymns, and spiritual songs to be a triclon. Triclon? It's a word I don't know. In reference to the Book of Psalms, I'm advocating for exclusive psalmody in Christian worship. I know there are traditions who do that, and I think really, if you're going to be as careful as possible, that probably is the most careful way you could do it, right? The regulative principle, yeah. RPW, yeah. But I would say that I don't think the regulative principle is necessary for worship. I think that God says you can have new songs, go write new songs, that God raises up artists, all the way through scripture, God raising up people to do amazing things different. And I think he still does that. I think that we got to be careful with it and all that stuff that we've been talking about, but I don't think that the regular principle is the only way. There's certainly, I think there's a place for it. I think it's probably a group of people that are like, hey, listen, y'all are whack, and your theology's whack, and that's all whack. You know what we're going to do? We're going to sing the Bible. That's what we're going to do. And then you guys can walk out knowing the Bible, and holy moly, do you need to know the Bible? Because you don't. And so we're going to do the regular principle for like this year, so you get your crap together. Yeah, I can totally see that. I totally can. I just don't think it should be instituted for everybody, because I don't think everybody needs it. When I'm worshiping, I usually am praying in my head, and I have a hard time doing that with lyrics. Pastor's not praying out loud during the singing. Okay, well, okay. I mean, that's, if you're going to pray while other people are talking, then expect to be interrupted. That's on you. Rationale of banning instruments, according to the regulative principle, is that it was the Old Testament way of worship, and God doesn't command it in the New Covenant. So God used to be okay with instrument. Yeah, I don't agree with that. Although, like I said, if things are whack, what was it? Who did it? Once I'm almost there, Edgewax. Who did it? There's a pastor. It was pretty famous, where he remember the song "Heart of Worship." Coming back to the heart of worship. Apparently that guy, the guy who wrote that song, his pastor, like, canceled worship music or something for like 6 months or a year. I can't remember what. But he's like, y'all are fighting too much. And then he just like went, no more. And it was like a huge moment. And then that song came out as for when the music came back. I might be butchering the story, but it was like a big moment, for them, because there was so much fighting and so much worship with the worship wars, which we're having right now on stream, right? Yeah, it's crazy how we can turn how to honor God with our words, our instruments, our songs, and our gatherings into fighting with each other. Insane. Edge says, I had a very good rendition of a traditional hymn sung accompanied by ukulele this morning. It was a blessing. Did you? I've heard that there are people on the internet who do that. Just Google it. Anybody here know any good ukuleles used for worship types? Yeah, they do. Okay. I wish I knew how to play the harp. Y'all know, in preparation for eternity. Every cartoon I've seen, you only get 4 strings, man. Max 4. You never get more than that. So you got to be. It is technically a ukulele. It's not even a harp. It's just a really fancy ukulele. Plus, if you're singing Hillsong, Bethel, Elevation songs in your church, you are having to pay them money. So, which in turn supports the ministries are not doctrinally sound. That's a fair point. I'm not a fan of doctrinally kooky music in church, and I don't think it should be. There's so many other good songs, new songs too. Like we have the Gettys, like they write great songs, and they're new. And I think there's probably some really good Christian artists out there that do really compelling, good modern instrumentality, and they're good to sing. We're not lacking for good artists. What we're lacking is the courage and the intelligence and the wisdom and the spiritual insight to actually say no to some songs. Bet reaction content caught live on Twitch. Dude, hey, we're here, and we've made it all of 5 minutes into the video, and the stream's going to be over before we get to the end of it. I wouldn't have even played Elden Ring. I think RPW is binding for all men throughout the ages. Yeah, well, I would say that's your opinion, but I would say your opinion is wrong. And I don't mean to be offensive, but I don't see that in Scripture at all. I don't think you could make a good scriptural argument for that. You find me that where it's all of a sudden God's like, and no more instruments, and never write me another new song. It's just not in there. It's, well, rabbit hole? Is it a rabbit trail? I don't know. It's sort of in the middle. Do almost at the bottom. Bit behind on my ukulele practice. Okay, man. I mean, if you're gonna go to heaven and you're gonna sit on a cloud in your little white dress with your halo, playing a 4-stringed ukulele harp, you better start practicing now. Am I surprised? No, not really. Not really. Yeah, well, we're doing stuff. All right, we're getting to the bottom. Let's keep doing this video.
People that I think would be tipped, these churches that have become silly centers. Jesus had zeal for his house. He wanted it to be a place of prayer, not a off Broadway show. Tip number 3, set a table. So
I like these. You need that sometimes on these videos. Here's like an example. There's a worse examples like that. I don't know, the tank going through whatever they were doing there. I don't know what that was. Guns in a tank. Like, I don't know what's happening there. But honestly, dude, like, I don't think there's anything wrong with particularly, having a choir and people singing and whatnot, and even good lights and even the sounds or whatever. But so that would probably take another context. I would think that the full context would have had to be something more obviously unbiblical, because I don't think either glitter or singing or holding a note or using screens or lighting is particularly evil. I don't think there's anything you can say that isn't. I think contextually you'd have to have more going on.
I think would get knocked over. How's about those prosperity TV networks? These things bring in an extraordinary amount of money. One of the bigger networks, $750 million. CBN brings in about $300 million. Not only is so much of the theology presented on so many, not all, there's some good Christian networks out there, but on so many of these networks, not only is it just filled with money-making schemes, the network themselves, they profit handsomely. Number two, a group that would have their...
Yeah, this guy probably doesn't like streaming ministries either, just saying. I'd love for you to flesh that out. Because if what you're saying is that some of the criticisms that he's making of TV, of worship concerts, of live productions, and whatnot, it could be leveled against Christian streamers, I would agree with you. I would absolutely agree with you, because we have to be very, very careful about that kind of stuff. So I think someone just mentioned it. Was it yesterday? Someone was saying that they were talking about how there was a streamer that they know who kept raising money for stuff and then never spending it on the thing that they were raising the money for. Right? It was clearly misleading and whatnot. And I think people, yeah, it is. It's bad. So I think that there are definitely people doing that. I think there are plenty of Christian content creators out there that are doing it for bad reasons. I think it's because they have bad theology. I think 99% of them probably have absolutely no accountability. They don't talk to their pastor, their elder, a deacon, a spiritual mentor. They do whatever they want. They actively trash the church. They actively talk badly about the body of Christ. They choose to not study theology, and they pass on along a lot of lies, and they create and they move into organizations, or they move into groups that are actively trying to work away from and away around the church. I think there's a lot of bad things happening in Christian digital land, and digital content creation land, but that's part of it, right? They were left stringing out on their own. It's the church's fault. In a very real way for why that situation is. When these people came to the church and they said, "Hey, I want to be a content creator," they went, "Too bad," and then they went, "Okay, well, we're going to do it anyway," and left out, high and dry and no accountability. And they did it anyway. Now, after somewhat of a generation, an internet speed generation of that happening, you've got all kinds of unbiblical kookiness happening. Yeah, it happens everywhere. Exactly what I was saying. He'd think the flashing lights and sticker parties are silly and extravagant. He'd see the games. Some play is sacrilegious. Asking for subs and bits is bad. I mean, when you don't understand what you're seeing, I could understand thinking that. Well, yes, I agree with you. That's why I said, looking at that little clip, I would assume that there's more to that context. Like, as in, if you go watch the rest of that video, or go watch the rest of that service or whatever, there's some weird stuff being done, weird stuff being said, some people, doing weird things. That's why I think that was there, I assume, because nothing inherently in that image was biblically wrong. I don't think anywhere you could see that biblically wrong. Nothing wrong with that at all. But used wrongly or whatever, then yeah. I would think in the same way that Christian content creators should have a really high, if you're going to call yourself a Christian content creator and you're going to declare yourself to be Christian and a representative of Christ, and you're going to be talking to people about the gospel, and you're going to be, all the rest of that stuff, you should hold yourself to a high account, and you should be held under accountability. That is just a no-brainer. But I don't think most Christian content creators like that. They actively avoid accountability. Edgewax says, as a member of the Confessional Lutheran Church, there's a curation and vetting of the content of the hymns and liturgy that allows the repeated Sunday after Sunday for decades. There's a comfort in engaging with community of believers that can speak and sing in unison, even among generations. Yes, actually, I knew a pastor, really good pastor, great guy around here. Pastor Lee, and he's like, listen, we're making a list. He came into the church. He's like, we're making a list of songs we're allowed to sing in this church, and like there's a list of like 150, and he just booted a bunch. Like, what did he get a little bit of flack? He did. He got a little bit of flack for kicking some of those out, and he had to go. Well, we defend it biblically, defend it how it's not deceptive or misleading or absolutely trite or whatever like that, and tell me how it's better than any of these other ones. And it was it's a ballsy move for a pastor to come in and do that, and he didn't do it like day one, but yeah, I think that's a responsibility of the pastors to make sure people are singing biblical stuff, man. Oh, do I have that again? I'm sorry. I'm gonna literally do that right now as we're talking. I've screwed that up for the whole week. I keep forgetting to disable that particular timer, chatbot timer. I once released a rough draft of a script on coffee for supporters of any level, including one time it got me called a prosperity gospel preacher. Yeah, everybody's going to have an opinion, right? Just the question, were you? Go check. And if the answer is no, then don't worry about it. Timers. Didn't that? Marathon. Yeah, off. Done. That was easy. Okay, let's keep going.
Tables tipped, no doubt the prosperity preachers themselves. Joel Osteen, who knows what he's worth? It's easily over $100 million, according to the AI machine. It comes from book sales. There's another industry that will get its tables tipped.
Who called Christian publishing? I think someone said that earlier in the stream. To be clear on my stance, I do believe that churches and worship leaders should be intentional about the songs sung congregationally. I don't agree with the wholesale condemnation of music that is not a hymn. I think that Christian entertainment music needs to exist. Agreed. 1,000% agree. It's context. Context matters. Right? Context matters. And there's nothing wrong with Christian books. There's nothing wrong with Christian devos. There's nothing wrong with Christian books that are focused on a single subject. Nothing wrong with a Christian psychiatrist or psychologist or dietitian writing a book and talking about their opinion and also their faith. There's nothing wrong with that. What he's specifically criticizing are the books that are meant to mislead, the books that that give, that outright lies, that are unbiblical, that are not held under accountability, that are sold because people don't know any better. Hey there, Petty Kruger. Good to see you. Welcome. That's what we're talking about. I not just books are bad. All Christians should be dumb. That is definitely not it.
Christian publishing industry cranking out so much glop, stuff that is just horrible, and it doesn't endure. Ask yourself the question, why aren't we all still saying the prayer of Jabez? Oh, I know why. Because it was a fad. Book publishers, they jumped all over it, and ka-ching, prosperity preachers make a lot from book sales, speaking engagements, media ventures. Ken Copeland brags that he's worth $1 billion.
For a pastor, you are living a life of luxury. You've got great homes, you've got great planes, you drive in limos.
I'm a very wealthy man.
You're a very wealthy man.
Yes.
Yeah. And some people would say that is it appreciated?
May I add something to that? My wealth doesn't come from offerings alone.
Because you sell things, books and DVDs.
People estimate it's maybe between 300 and 700.
As a pastor, like legitimately, like you look at an actual pastor, and he's like, "I'm a very wealthy man," and that is literally the moment for weird flex. That is not a flex. For you know who flexed? You know who flexed about how much money they made off the church? Paul did. Paul flexed about how much money he made off the church all the time. Right? That was something he constantly brought up. He's I don't know if you've seen that video of him when he goes like full demon mode, like where he looks like an actual like scary demon man making weird noises and everything. Like, I don't know how you walk away from that. I don't know how anybody listens to that. I think Christian hymns and contemporary worship music are the same species. Ultimately, they're both uninspired hymnody in Christian worship, and I think both should be discontinued in corporate worship. I think it's pretty harsh. I think it's pretty harsh. Like I don't think that works at all. You know, like I think there are plenty of hymns and worship music that is very biblical. Some garbage, but not all of it. Can't be quite that harsh. If you want to have a harder like stance on it, go nuts. Hey, Frosty's Arcade, good to see you. But I would say that don't baby out with the bathwater stuff. To quote his mentor, silver and gold have we plenty. What a demon. He's bad. No, bad dude. He's a bad guy. But yeah, like when Paul was flexing about how much money he made off the church, he always flexed that he made zero. Right? That was his flex. Go ahead. Look at my money. I made zero off you guys. And it's not because the elders, pastors, preachers, whatever, shouldn't make money if they're, like that's actually addressed in scripture elsewhere by Paul. But the issue at the time was that there were a lot of people who were trying to use teaching and use the name of God and use the pulpit or whatever you want to call it, like preaching, to be a source of income, and they would be manipulating people, and if you get just exactly like all this stuff, they existed back then. So Paul, in order to demonstrate his motive for why he says what he says and why he can say such hard things and all the rest of that stuff, was because you can't accuse me of taking your money because I didn't take any of your money, right? Not a dime. In fact, I worked a second job just so I wouldn't have to take any of your money. Right? That was one of he did flex on that. It's weird that a pastor of any Christian persuasion, not that the Kenneth Copeland is, but that he'd be like, I'm super wealthy. What are you talking about? Like, dude. I don't think we should listen to uninspired sermons and worship. We should just read the Bible out loud with no commentary. That's dangerous. All right. Be nice. Be nice. Frosty, I want to know if you could break down something I just read. Yeah, by all means, drop it in. I'll be more than happy to do. I'll try. There's a bit of infantilizing that has occurred in the church. I'll push play on the music again. In church culture, I was saying that people are dumb, so I'll tell them what to do rather than encouraging. Partly, new Christians and whatnot, but people don't read anymore. They don't like being told what is true as opposed to their own feelings, and B, they just don't like reading. Nobody reads anymore. Like, it's rare to have somebody who actually read a book in a year. Have you all seen that video where he tries to mingle his blood with Christ in the Lord's Supper? What? He did not. What? Did he? What a bonkers nut job. How is he still going if he's that insane? Jeepers. That's crazy, man. Gonna move past all the regular principle conversations. You guys go nuts. Edgewax says the Animaniacs Countries of the World song shows the complex ideas are better absorbed in the accompanied by music. Yeah, I mean, everybody's known that forever. You want someone to remember something, put it to music. I don't know the South Park one. I grew up Catholic. In my teen years, I became an atheist. When I was an adult, I underwent surgery. When I woke up, I felt changed. And after much self-reflecting, I found myself on the path back to God. Haven't been back to church, but I believe God and Jesus. That's an awesome story, man. I would say that you can be Christian without being a church. Like that, going to church doesn't make you a Christian, but Christians go to church. Does that make sense? Hopefully that makes sense. I'll say it again. You can be a Christian without going to church, but Christians go to church. Right? We meet together. Like, you can go through a whole bunch of scriptures that say, if you become a Christian, you should be with other Christians. But I totally get it. Believe me, I've faced a ton of church hurt, and you don't have to be in a physical building, but like being around other believers and talking to other believers and being all that stuff, it's really important. So I know it can be hard. I also have social anxiety stuff. Even though I was a pastor for a long time, I struggle with a lot of things. I have a lot of church hurt, a lot of church abuse. And so it can be hard, but I'm glad you're at least finding your way back to God. You know, it'll come. It'll come. Stick around here. I'd be happy to help be part of your Christian community. I read like $100 worth of words while playing games this year. What? What? Thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. So I just finished the first chapter of Ephesians, and it was so overwhelmingly positive and encouraging, but I'm having trouble with Paul's prayer for spiritual wisdom. It's a bit confusing for me. All right. Let's go look at that. Scootly, wah, wah, wah. Okay. Let's do this screen. Thank you for the follow. Come on. Come on. What's your problem? Why does it work on one screen and not the other? What the heck? Hold on. That'd be why. Okay. Where you're in Ephesians chapter 1? South Park's entire episode. Catholic clergy. I'm gonna go to Ephesians chapter 1. You guys are on fire today. Gotta do car stuff. Okay, God bless, man. Have a good one. Leave and lurk. Go get Allie's last radiation treatment. All right, good. I want to say that I love all of you, and I don't say anything with vitriol, hate, or any sort of condescension. I hope it doesn't come across that way. I'm very concerned with the church in America, so I speak passionately, as you should. We love truth. We love brothers and sisters. We recognize not everybody's in the same place. We want truth, grace, love. You know, it's just that at some point when you're going to bump up against nope, that ain't it, because that's not what the Bible says. You can't go far enough to go, yeah, well, you can have your own opinion, because sometimes it's just flat out wrong. And you just have to say that with as much grace as possible. Ephesians 1:15-23. All right, there we go. All right, so context. For this reason, because I have heard of your faith in the Lord Jesus and your love toward all the saints, I do not cease in giving thanks for you, remembering you in my prayers, that the God of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of glory, may give you the spirit of wisdom and of revelation in the knowledge of him, having the eyes of the hearts enlightened, that you may know what is the hope to which he has called you, what are the riches of his glorious inheritance in the saints, and what is the immeasurable greatness of his power towards us who believe, according to the working of his great might, that he worked in Christ when he raised him from the dead and seated him at the right hand in the heavenly places, far above all rule and authority and power and dominion, and above every name that is named, not only in this age, but in the age to come. Paul sure liked run-on sentences. It was his favorite thing ever. So what's your question? Although, let's be fair. Ancient Greek didn't have punctuation or like vowels. So where to put the period is hard. So what's the struggle? That's the question. What's the struggle? I hope Allie's last treatment goes well, and I hope that cancer's gone, man. Those guys need a break. There's an underlying assumption here that only way to worship or serve God is through things that we have an explicitly named biblical example of. Sad part is it would exclude things which rely on modern invention. Can't have a digital ministry, for example. It might even call into question if we should be using a new language. American English. I believe God's character and morality stays the same, but can be expressed through new things, new movements, etc. That's exactly right. Like it's like, well, you can't use microphones, and you can't use airplanes or cell phones, and you can't get there in a car. You know, like just if it's not in the Bible, it shouldn't exist. It's not a great way to live your life. The principles of morality, of ethics, of God's character, of the way that, you know, there's some things that are really, 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 really strong. You know what I mean? God says no, or yes, do this or don't do that. But there's a lot of other stuff in there that's open to interpretation. You look at when Paul defines what worship is, you know, it's not very well defined at all. It's like, get together regularly, sing songs, take care of each other, and listen to the word, and, you know, try to get along with each other. There's not like he said you have to sing this many songs or talk about this, or, you know, like he left it wide open because different cultures are going to have different things, right? Yeah, and worship isn't just about singing and music. Exactly. I feel like I'm missing something from it, and I couldn't put my finger on it, to be honest. Is this the prayer Paul giving praise to God, or is this Paul sharing with others? So his prayer, okay, so we'll read it again, right? So for this reason, let's go back and read the reason. In him we have obtained an inheritance, having been predestined according to the purpose of him who works all things according to the counsel of his will, so that we who were the first to hope in Christ might be to the praise of his glory. In him you also, when you heard the word of truth, the gospel of your salvation, and believed in him, were sealed with the promised Holy Spirit, who is the guarantee of our inheritance until we acquire possession of it to the praise of his glory. Talking about salvation, the gift of the Holy Spirit, until, you know, such time that the second coming comes or you go to heaven. Right? For this reason, because you're saved, because we have obtained that inheritance, because you're part of that, you get to go to heaven crowd because you're saved. Jesus saved you, right? And he's coming back, or you're going to die and go there. For that reason, because I have heard of the faith in the Lord Jesus Christ and your love toward all the saints. In other words, you have a reputation in the world. Oh, Ephesus, was a great big church, by the way. Ephesus was a ascending church. That was the church that it was number one in Revelation, the letters to the Revelation, because it was this church that had the seminary. It was the church that, like, John the apostle, like, preached at for years and years. It was the one that like Timothy was taken care of. Like, it was a really important church, and so it was it would send out missionaries and whatnot. So really important. It says, because I've heard of your faith, you know, of Lord Jesus and love toward all the saints, I do not cease giving thanks for you, remembering you in my prayers. Right? So, okay, let's just read what Ransom said before I jump in. Pastor Cassett is Paul reminding his readers that three things. One, they are unconditionally redeemed and forgiven by Christ's blood. Two, that they are irrevocably welcomed as God's inheritance. Three, they are sustained by the power of God's Holy Spirit. Right. So what he's saying is that when I pray for you, right? When I pray for you, I pray that when Paul looks at he's talking about the Ephesian church and he's thinking about them in prayer, what are like his big prayer points? I pray that the God of our Lord Jesus Christ, the Father of glory, may give you the spirit of wisdom and of revelation in the knowledge of him. Right? I want you to know God. I want you to have the spirit of wisdom and the knowledge of God. Truth in knowledge, understanding what the Bible says, and the spirit of wisdom to understand the contextually in that, which is exactly what we're talking about here right now, which is that idea of you need to know the Bible, know what God says, understand good teaching, be really good at figuring that out, but also recognize that within that there needs to be wisdom beyond just simply the rote what the Bible says, but the application thereof of how it's going to work in your life. You know, like, here's how to do marriage, but you're going to marry a different girl or a guy. You know, there's going to need to be wisdom in that of how to apply that. And so therefore, I pray that you would have wisdom, you'd have knowledge, having the eyes of your hearts enlightened, that you may know what is the hope to which he has called you, right? So that you wouldn't forget that why you're saved. You wouldn't forget as the hard things come, as difficult things start happening, as more oppression, more martyrdom, right? More suppression of Christianity, more bad stuff is happening to the faith. You know, I mean, John was ripped right out, you know, boiled in oil and then sent to Patmos. Like, bad stuff's coming down. I pray that you wouldn't lose hope, right? That you wouldn't lose hope. What are the riches of the glorious inheritance of the saints? What's those? Well, the inheritance of the saints are through the Spirit, and also within context, you know, like heaven and eternity. And what is the immeasurable greatness of his power towards us who believe? Don't forget that God is in charge of all these things. You're going to go through some stuff. Remember, God is in charge. He's got you. According to the working of his great might that he worked out in Christ when he raised him from the dead and seated him at the right hand in the heavenly places. You know, his biggest work of salvation is through Jesus. It was sealed. We know that it's true because Jesus was raised from the dead. You need to remember that, guys. Remember that God understands what's happening, no matter how bad it gets, man. No matter how bad it gets, man, you recognize that God's in charge. How do we know? Because he was able to raise Jesus from the dead. Jesus conquered death, and he conquered sin. Seated right hand in the places far above all rule and authority and power and dominion, and above every name that is named, not only in this age but in the age to come. Right? Like what they're looking at in Ephesus, and when things are going to start coming down, is that they're looking at like the Caesar who's going to say things like, if you don't say, you know, Caesar is Lord, as it like Caesar is God, you know, you have to listen to him as equal to God, then we're gonna kill you. We're gonna, you know, take you apart. That's coming. So I pray that you guys will be able to recognize why it's God's in charge and his authority, where his hope comes from, that it's really that your eternity is secure, all that stuff, right? Because this bad stuff is coming, and you guys are the representatives of what Christianity is going to be like throughout all of Asia, because you're like the seminary sending place. So I really hope you guys get your head right when it comes to this kind of stuff, because it's going to become difficult. And remember, Jesus is in charge. Jesus loves you. Jesus saved you. God loves you. God saved you. You guys are together in this. Make sure that you live a life that is understood from that perspective, within wisdom and knowledge of who God is and what God wants. Right? Does that help? I hope that helps a little bit. If I was even close. If you were in the Discord, you could probably post a link. Yeah, why don't you guys go argue about regular principle in the Discord? You get more words and you'd be able to focus on it. Because yeah, I'm not gonna get into the RP anymore. You guys go ahead and talk about that different location if you want to. Go nuts. I'm not doing it. Like Psalm 122, no, you guys, blah, blah, blah. Go nuts. Go to the controversial or faith chat channel and go for that. Did that help? I don't know, man. Frosty, did that help? Okay, it helps a lot. Okay, good. Ask whatever you want. I'm happy to help. Remember, whenever you see a for this reason, go read what the reason is, the thing that came before. Right? That, like, based on this, what is the last thing he said? Well, for this reason. So that's tying those things together. And because I've heard of the faith, you know, like tying these things, what's the because? And then that really helps. Like, whenever you're reading scripture, it's hard. You can't just take it in one chunk and just go, you know, start with for this reason. You got another reason. Well, it's exactly, and through text is hard too. Oh, you're one of those people that has a different name in Discord? I think that should be illegal. There's my strong stance. I think if you're called one thing on Twitch, you should be called the same thing in Discord. Otherwise, it's confusing. I've been in and out of faith most of my life, but recently took a big leap back, and it's been amazing. Found a church here in my town. They were so welcoming and accepting, and I just started trying to read a chapter a day. Just finished the book of Luke, and I'm starting in Ephesians now. Wow, you went from Luke to Ephesians? That's great. Luke is great. Luke is a great book to start with. I always say start with Mark. Luke is great too. Good stories, easy to understand, very, you know, very literal, very, you know, here's why I put it together, and here's some explanations, because written for people who didn't, you know, we needed to know that stuff. And Ephesians, I assume that it was because you were encouraged to go learn about grace, you know, because if you're coming back to God, it's really easy to lean too hard into, wow, I really sucked back then. I need to do a whole bunch of reconciliation and figuring stuff out, and need to beat myself up a little bit and clean myself up for God. And it's like, no, go read Ephesians. You don't have to do any of that. Grace, here's what grace looks like. And so that's good. You'll get once you get to chapter 2, you know, that's really good stuff. But yeah, it's interesting that you're doing Ephesians next. Nothing wrong with it. Just interesting. Kind of glad you're not doing Romans next. That's a bit of a slog. Romans is rough, man. Start with Leap. Luke, Ephesians, Acts, and Philippians. In that order, I guess I think it should be Luke, Acts, Ephesians, Philippians, but I guess in the middle of Luke, he's writing Ephesians and so okay, all right, chronologically. I don't know, man. There's no wrong answer as long as you got a good teacher and you're willing to listen and you're asking God for some illumination, some wisdom. I think you'll be fine. There's no right or wrong. Yeah, go read the Bible. You know, what'll be wrong though is starting in Genesis and dying by the time you get halfway through Numbers, and then realizing that you're just like, man, this Bible thing is hard. That's how to do it wrong.
Million. Not only is he fabulously wealthy off of God, but he's a liar too.
Sounds like you're not new though. Yeah, but you're not new to the system or just coming back. Yeah, you got to read Numbers at some point. I would just say don't make it the third book you read. I'm going to back up. I missed some of that.
Offerings alone.
Because you sell things, books and DVDs.
Yes.
Well, people estimate it's maybe between 300 and 700 million. Not only is he fabulously wealthy off of God, but he's a liar too. Creflo Dollar, he's worth about $30 million. Paula White, she's worth millions of dollars. T.D. Jakes, at least $18 million. These prosperity preachers, they are raking it in just like the merchants of the first century whose tables got tipped over by Jesus himself. But finally,
I'm dumb. Sorry. At least it was close. It was close. It did. I literally saw it, Duck. I saw it. You missed it. I saw it. Look. Do it again. It's right there. See? Head pats. Go. Easy. Did so. Neener. I tried starting Genesis and it was so confusing and overwhelming. That's when I was told to pump the brakes. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Everybody does that. Oh, it's the beginning of the book. Let's start at the beginning. And Genesis is fun. It's got lots of good stories and it's not super hard to read. But yeah, it is, 6,000-year-old ancient literature from the Middle East. So it's a little dicey. So yeah, starting with the story of Jesus, much, much better. Yep.
the number one and the biggest table that I am certain Jesus would tip over, Roman Catholic Church. Nobody knows how many billions and billions and billions of dollars this organization is worth. Land,
wait, what?
buildings,
At the bottom of the screen on a taco logo. What do you want? What'd I do? It works. You hit the button and it pets his head. It's called petting the cat. Like, what do you think is broken? Feel bad about you going neener neener? Well, it's a neener neener moment because it happened. So there. What'd I miss? I don't know. I don't know what I'm in trouble for. But we'll keep moving. We'll keep moving.
That's investments, hospitals, universities. This institution is phenomenally wealthy and mostly off of the backs of poor people whose arms are twisted to give money so that they can buy their way to heaven or spring somebody from purgatory. And you say, hey, those days are all done. The indulgence system. Luther got rid of that. Are you sure? Have you read the Roman Catholic Catechism lately? 1471. An indulgence.
Extraordinary. It doesn't matter how charitable you are if your theology's off and you're convincing people of works-based righteousness. Doesn't work. All right. Have a good one, man. Quack. Bye, Jada.
is a remission before God of the temporal punishment due to sins whose guilt has already been forgiven. Say what?
Yeah.
Which the faithful Christian who is duly disposed gains under certain prescribed conditions through the action of the church, which as the minister of redemption, Jesus doesn't forgive sins, the Catholic Church does, dispenses and applies with authority the treasury of the sanctification.
No, they don't, Jeremiah. Like do you know how much money they put into their buildings and infrastructure and all kinds of crazy stuff like that? They don't use it rightly. Yeah, they're Catholic charities, but like, was it Notre Dame? Is it Notre Dame Cathedral is like $19 billion or something? It's I'm trying to remember what the actual thing is. They're Catholic owned, pilgrimage sites and travel industries. Like you talk about how these things aren't like, it's not money for money, right? As in like give money and then you get indulgences. It's do the spiritual thing, but the spiritual things are all tied to money, right? Oh, you want to go do the pilgrimage for that? Okay, cool. Use the Catholic traveling agency. I'm trying to remember what the name of the, one sec. I'm going to find you that number because it's a really good number. It's the number of is it Notre Dame? The Vatican's wealth is about $10 to $15 billion. Yeah. Catholic Church assets are about 47 to 265. But there's something about Notre Dame. What is it? Oh yeah, the University of Notre Dame in the U.S. has an endowment of $16 billion. I promise you, it doesn't cost that much to do school. That's too much, right? It's no, they don't use their money right. I'm not saying that Protestants do necessarily, but I will say that you cannot say that they use their money all correctly. They use some of it for people, but like, no. Did you ever see the Pope's tweet saying that followers of his tweets will receive plenary indulgence? Yeah, I did. That was a bit of a misnomer because basically it was what he said was, here's the tweets that I'm going to be putting out are going to be the ways that you can do your spiritual exercises to be able to get the indulgences, right? So it wasn't like follow my tweets and you can get 1,000 years off purgatory. It was, like if you do these spiritual things, and that's kind of how they spin it now. They don't really spin it as give money and you'll be able to get free sin. What they spin it, what it is you come to do our things, go on a pilgrimage, read a book, do your mass, et cetera, et cetera. Like for example, there's one of the ways around it. Say, for example, would be you can pray for your dead grandma to get out of purgatory, and that's not going to cost you money. We're not going to take money for that, because you can't pay for your mother to get out of there, grandmother to get out of there. But here's what you can do: you can pay a priest to pray for you, and then it'll work better. That's how they do it now. There's no purgatory. It doesn't last because there's no purgatory. Not a thing. They just come up with random crap about that so they can manipulate people. Yeah, I know, that's what I'm saying, is that if you make that stuff up, then yeah, you can say however long you want.
Of Christ and the saints, and indulgence is partial or plenary, as it removes either part or all of the temporal punishment due to sin. And I thought Jesus said, it's finished. The Catholic Church says the faithful can gain indulgences for themselves or apply them to the dead. Read the Roman Catholic Catechism, number 1472, and where they explain that there's two aspects of sin. There's guilt and punishment. Jesus takes away the guilt, but you've got to work to take away the punishment. What is that? Well, first of all, it's a work-righteous system. Second of all, it is a money-making scheme. No, they don't offer their indulgences for $49.99 on the internet, but they still encourage them. I happen to have a list of contemporary indulgences, and you thought these ended with the Reformation. Silly rabbit. How's about the fast from social media? That's right. Put your phone away for 1 day a week, in a spirit of penance, of course, and you'll receive a plenary indulgence for those who detach from virtual distractions to focus on spiritual growth, of course. You've got yourself the National Eucharistic Revival participation. You go to an event pertaining to the National Eucharistic Revival. You go to a Mass, Eucharistic adoration, which is so blasphemous, or processions to get yourself a plenary indulgence. In other words, you're doing something to earn merit, forgiveness from punishment. Hey, did you miss the chance to spend less time in purgatory by participating in the World Day of Grandparents and the Elderly? That's right. If you just visit an elderly person on this particular day, you get yourself a plenary indulgence. The Urbi et Orbi blessing of 2024, the city and the world blessing. The Pope apparently gives this blessing delivered on solemn occasions like Christmas and Easter. Otherwise, apparently, it doesn't work as well, either in person or, for your convenience, through media. And you get yourself a plenary indulgence if you really, really mean it. You thought the Roman Catholic Church was out of business when it came to indulgences? There's a plenary indulgence during the month of November. This is from 2021 for the deceased. Visit a cemetery to pray for somebody who's dead during the month of November, and you got it. You can spring yourself a little early from purgatory. There's participation in the year of St. Joseph. You can go to sacred sites, the Vatican, the basilicas, Marian shrines, Holy Land. I'm surprised they don't have some sort of travel agents. They probably do. Actually, in the Roman Catholic Church, baptism, it regenerates you. It washes away all your sins, but not forever, not in the future, just the ones you were born with. And so you go about the business of sinning. You got to get rid of those sins. How do you do it? You guessed it. Indulgences. It's like getting baptized all over again. I'm sorry, perhaps no other institution is more worthy to have its tables tipped than the Roman Catholic Church. It is a transactional, work-righteous religious system that turns God's gospel of grace into works and his house into a den of thieves. Question: can you think of any more modern institutions that need to have their tables tipped? Discuss.
It's interesting. He goes hard there at the end, but for good reason. Like, he goes hard there at the end because of if you believe in the gospel, if you believe that in, Jesus died on the cross for sins once for all, and that his resurrection paid for everything, or death paid for everything, and resurrection proved it paid. Then anybody who's offending that or using it to make money or lying to people about it, or using it so that they can get more tourists, it's deeply offensive, right? It's deeply offensive, right? It is a weird thing. Like, no, that's the thing, is that the way that the theology is wrong. I've said it. Are there Christians who are Catholic? Yes, but Catholic doctrine, the hardcore Catholic doctrine, doesn't lead to salvation. Fortunately, there are a lot of people in the Catholic Church who do not understand their own doctrine, and they believe in Jesus for salvation. Are they screwed up, and is there bad theology in there too? Yes, but we all have bad theology. All of us, everybody. None of us have it 100% right. So there are saved, but pure Catholic doctrine does not lead to salvation. It doesn't. That's how that works. I don't think I've ever said that on stream, but there you are. There you have it. How is that? Golly, maybe we should go kill some monsters now. But I'll leave it at you guys. Whatever you want to do. I'm gonna hit the add button right now, and then I'm gonna go fill up my water and get a little snack. I'll come back. We're gonna play some Elden Ring, and by all means, bring up any questions you have, anything you want to talk about. I'm all for it. And yeah, just give me a second to have a little break. In the meantime, !web. Check out my website, sign up for the newsletter. !YouTube. Please follow me on YouTube. Trying to get to 1,000. That'd be lovely. and then exclamation point, do a thing to, and then pick your favorite person in chat and see what happens. I'm back. It's so low. It should be like this, and then I'm too low in the frame. Down, down, boy, down. Still too low in the frame. There, that one right there. Okay, how about that? Right there. To be. Oh. We're good. Yeah. Okay, Elden Ring. Time to ring a couple Eldens. I got my bell yesterday. Just so you know, I played after stream for a little bit because I'm like, I went and watched a video. I'm like, how do I use the stupid summons that I got at the very beginning of the game? Why can't I get them? And it turns out that two things. A, you have to be at this certain location, that very first church that was there. You have to be there at night. And then all of a sudden you'll see this one person who will give you the bell. And then the other way is just buy it from some folks. And so I'm like, oh man. So I logged in and went immediately to the church. And then they're like, oh, here you go. Done. That was nice. I'll be ding danged, man. If I know why it's given me the yellow ring around the game, that's so annoying. Doesn't do that for, it didn't do it for YouTube. Tried to play this a bit in my stream before I got married. Oof, still gives me nightmares. Just trying to figure out what to do. It's a commitment, man. Freaking torchier, man. If you're not a torchier, bro, you need to be. Torchier is the best. It's so good. But there ain't no snacking when you're playing Elden Ring, that's for sure. Okay. We're gonna go back to the place that we were at. Where the heck is that? Over here. That's where we left off yesterday. Was the Table of Lost Grace, which is apparently like neutral ground. And I haven't wandered around in here yet. Not really. Like I haven't been anywhere. The door is shut. The dead who keep it, the way is shut. Yeah, I bet they do. All right. So one thing, what I had fun, kept getting too upset, so I had to quit playing. Yeah, I'm not much of a grinder when it comes to gaming. Like I'm not the kind of guy who's going to spend time learning and killing, you know, just trying to get my butt kicked by the same boss, which I know is like, oh, that is the game there, Ninja. Like it's you're playing the wrong game then. But I played Monster Hunter Rise and enjoyed it. And immediately I thought, if I can play Monster Hunter Rise and enjoy it, why can't I just go and play some Elden Ring? Like, I just got to learn the buttons. And sure enough, I've gotten farther than I ever could before. Let's go. Okay, this guy. I think I've already given him all the money.
You for no matter. Lay out your arms.
Strengthen. How much money do I have? None. I don't have any smithing stones. Oh, I have 2 and I need 6. Is that how that works? Love a duck. All right, well. Guess I could upgrade my bow. Or buy new ones. We'll see if I can buy a new one from somebody. I love Dauntless, which is similar, but oof, this is just a bit of a different beast. It, you know, Girk, when he came in, he said, playing the woo-wah for normies, Wuthering Waves for normies, because Wuthering Waves is very much a a big boss type fighting game, and it really is. So therefore, like, being here and playing Elden Ring has a very, I'm gonna say familiar. That's not quite the right word, but like because this isn't a gacha game with a bunch of waifus in it. I know that, but basically, like, going from place to place and fighting these guys, not something I'm unfamiliar with. Well, that just looks like someplace I shouldn't go, and can't. All right, good to know. I didn't like Monster Hunter Wild for a really long time, and like it was like my least favorite game, period. No question, no exceptions. I didn't like it at all, and it was no fun. It was too hard. I didn't understand the buttons, didn't understand the mechanics. There was too many things going on. And I think part of it was because I'm such a KBM guy that I just didn't know how to function. And now, because I played a lot of Final Fantasy with the controller and just kind of gotten used to putting my fingers where they go, I think it just made it a little easier to play games that are PlayStation games, like traditionally for console.
Greetings, great champion.
Hi.
Called by grace.
Neat.
I am Fia. Circumstances have compelled my
That's a lot of
stay
person
at
that
the
says
Round Table
circumstances.
Hall. Great champion, would you allow me to hold you? But briefly, perhaps you might share with me some of your lively vigor and your stout-heartedness. Doing so will grant me the warmth of a champion, and you, I am sure, will bear a Baldakin's blessing. Do you think it vulgar, perhaps? Where I come
Story-centered.
from, it is a sacred act.
In my old age, yes, there is no story. No, that's a very elaborate story and with a ton of lore and really deep. But the answer, no, you're right. There's no story, and I am a story guy too. For whatever reason, I'm feeling gamey of late. Just I feel like playing a game, which isn't great for stream because we always been in agreement that it would be very story based. But we'll see. I had someone who wanted me to play this, so I'm gonna let her hold you. Let's cuddle, baby.
My thanks.
Was it?
Great champion.
All right, let's go. Hey, we got a little animation. Wait, are we? Oh, we're doing the lap. All right, that's the good stuff. Just a hug. I get a hug. Didn't know I was gonna get a hug in Elden Ring. I know. See, hold me like you did on Naboo. Hey, it worked out. I don't know what Balkan's blessing is.
What you felt light up inside you was a Baldakin's
Yeah,
blessing.
it's true.
Though it is but a fleeting thing, I am afraid. Come back to me, should you require another. I will take you in my arms as often
That's
as
my
you
hug lady. I do her for hugs. I mean, the whole reason that dudes play the game and to really become heroes and fight wars and all that jazz is to get the girl. But no, they want land and money to get the girl. Okay, that was fun. What did you give me? What does that do? Favor bestowed by a deathbed companion. Protection of a hidden temple in the guise of a bedchamber. Uses FP to temporarily boost your poise. Ooh, my poise. The favor allows one to forget any aches and pains. Ooh, that's helpful. Check your health now. My health is great. Look, it's awesome. I got great health, and she's my best friend, and I will have nobody say otherwise. We're gonna put that one in there. Perfect. My health is great. What are you talking about? I don't know what that little red square is. But I got it. I have my health. It's all good. Send a whisper for some good stuff. Good sire. What are we talking about? That's suspicious when you're on the internet. Use mirror. Apply cosmetics. Nice. Oh. I thought I was gonna become a Maybelline girl. Business offer. Oh, you're barking up the wrong tree, my man. I have neither money nor need of business. No, you tell me what you want. I'm right here. Feel free. All right, what's in here? What a lovely room. Ooh, jump down. No, you did that to me yesterday. Jump down. It'll be fine. And then I died. You don't want the info getting out? That's even more sus. It'll be fine, he says, again. Sure. Why not? Okay, I'm down. What a lovely place. This looks what a lovely place. Hello. No, don't you be setting me up. I've been invaded. I don't even know how to do a thing. That was fun. Thanks. You're the best. Let me guess, all of my souls are down there now? Dude, I've only started the game for like a second. Yep. And there's no way to get him back, right? Awesome. Cool. I'm just gonna teleport now. Uh-huh. Neato! You're a jerk. You're a jerk, and I hope you get rabies. Are you talk toable? Ew, my guy. What do you want? I don't know. Stuff, I guess. Hello. Finishing my next script on my next episode of Animal Crossing. Also, it is much easier to edit the script than the whole video. Once I'm done, I can share it with you and get feedback. Need Otaku's perspective. Hey, that's me. I can't get my soul back because every time I go down there, he'll just teleport me out. Like, it'll be bad. See, I'm broke. I'm broke, man. I know it was. I was teasing you. All right, I'll try to get them back again. This is the stream, everybody. Me trying to get my souls back. Awesome. I have to fight this guy. Neat. Go Go now where it is closer. Oh, I see. Neato! How super fun. What a great game. I'm having an absolute blast. Do 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 do, papa do do, da 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 do do do, da do 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 do, da do 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 do, da da do do do, da do do, da da do do do. Do 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 do, da da do do do. Hello. Cool. This is fun. What a great game. So glad I picked it up. One more try. Here we go. Ready? Watch this. We jump. We get the runes. And there he is again. This isn't gonna work, man. How many am I losing? Let's see if I can just beat him. Let's try to beat him. And pop. 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 Nope. I give up. Come in with more steps. No, I quit. I'm not. It's dumb. It's dumb to stand there and get my arse handed to me for the amount of souls that I get. It's just not worth it, man. And I'm not listening to anything you say ever again. That's you now. How do you feel about that? Completely lost my trust. Can I go anywhere? I think we're good. I don't think, yeah, it's not worth it. Like, it was fun for a minute. But, no. No. I think that's it. Is that... No, you asked me if I fought the boss here. That is not what you said. I didn't know it was a multiplayer jump in thing. Could have mentioned that. Oh, by the way, if you jump down there, you'll be trapped and die repeatedly. Would have been good information to know, you know? Thank you, Sleepy Wifey. Hope you're well. How did you get your decorations decorated? You happy? I'm gonna take another bite of my pie. Yeah, I know. I just need to go level up, man. I don't have a choice. Not what I meant to do, but okay. On me, guys. They're blinking out of existence. Man, I don't even... Got a bike with training wheels? Oh, dude, awesome. Doesn't have pedals. Those are fun. Yeah. Stages of development, man. Stages of development. For sure. That's exciting. Money. I'm not killing them because I don't like them. I'm killing them for money. Okay, let's I guess I could call my horse. Oh, Fox, I was going to change to the wolves. That's what I was going to do. So hold on. I'm changed to the wolves. You want the wolves. Wolves. Cool. And now, the horse. Is it a picture of a ring? Yes. Should it be? No. How do I get the thing that auto acquires materials for me? That's what I want to know. Ow! I gotta get better at that, man. I am currently very bad. I know. I gotta never get good at clicking Y and stop clicking. I know, I keep screwing that up, dude. Yeah. I'll switch it up so I have to be more deliberate with it. All right, I remember this guy comes jumping down. What a jerk. Ooh, a lump of flesh. Yummy. Yoing. Where'd he pull that out of? Is Stumpy Magoo following me? He is not, because he's a big baby. Too scared, man. He's just scared. So I assume my job now is to level up. Like, I shouldn't go anywhere. Right? Hello? Oh, hi. Like, should I just go and get things? You should be able to follow the path. I don't want to fight the first boss. He kicked my butt royal. Why do you keep getting me in over my head? Let's go level, man. Jeepers. Like, you've been playing this game nonstop. You could probably do this naked. It literally is, Aki. Literally is. I played it once a while back because my kid made me. And it was not a great... Yeah, go fight the first boss. Sure, all right, why not? Of course. Great idea. What a fantastic idea. I've heard so many good ideas. I've already fought this boss. Hey guys, how you doing? Can I summon my guys? Yeah, I'll summon the wolves and the NPC. Gentlemen. Okay, excuse me, boys. Pardon me. Nope, no stabbing. Nope, nope, nope. Nope. Ow! Got me. Calm down. Jeepers. How much more deader do you want me? I know, but I got ballisted. Yes, I did. All right, so let's try this again. Come on, boyo, let's go. We won't take the direct approach this time. We'll take a little less direct. All right, this way, and then whoop. Whoa! Horse bite! Okay, hold on. You guys gonna come in and follow me? You are. Neato. I will now have a little sit down. Think about what I did. All right. I need to use this move more. Nope, not that move. this one, right here. Yeah, that's a good move. Okay. Come here. How do I... Aha. Touch the golden summon sign. Yes, please. And when I jump in there, we're gonna summon those dogs, and then we're gonna go to town. Did it work? Did that work? Come with me, boy. We're gonna go kick some butt and take some names. And I'm all out of names. How about the buttons? Hey! That was close, though. Yeah, I mean, that was close. That felt like all I needed was an entire army. I gotta remember that. Next time, bring an entire army. Yes, that's true. I should lock on. I keep forgetting to lock on. That is true. Golden summon sign. Okay. In we go. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. No question. Bop. Boop. Also, I should probably do that. The locking on sure helps. Special attacks. Oh, do I? Awesome. I did. What do you mean? What? Do I? I use FP? I appreciate it, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for being here, Aki. Let's try this again. Yeah, I didn't know you needed blue to do the special attacks. Okay, that's super interesting. Okay. So we'll go in here. We good? And then we do this. We're gonna go over here. I'm gonna grab my stuff. And I'm gonna do this. Why do you keep gotta do that? Why you gotta do that, man? What's up with that?
Thou art passing skill. Warrior blood must veins.
Oh, man. Why you not drink this drink? Why it takes 5 hours to drink the drink? It's just, and call it done. Why is it got to take you 100 million years to pull out a drink and drink it? That I feel like that's a fault in the game. It should be able to do the thing. If you drink that poise item, it would be easier to drink the potion. Poise item? Oh, I see. Hold on. Like right now? Okay. And then we're gonna go in there. And I'm now juiced like you wouldn't believe. I'm all out of juice and life. Awesome. This is great.
These foolish ambitions to rest.
Okay. So I can't leave all the fighting to those guys. I get that now. I get that now. It's me. I'm learning. We're learning along the way. We're learning. We're having fun is what we're doing. A lot of fun. A lot of fun being had. For sure. I'm having fun. And I'll have nobody question whether or not I'm having an absolute blast right now. I am. It's so fun. This is super fun, is what it is. Okay, in we go. Ow, jeepers. Where's Roger? There he is. wicked. Yeah, this is masochism or self-flagellation. I'm beating myself up for being too happy lately. So we can't have that. We had to make a major correction. I feel like I should go. Like, let me level. Can I just go level up some? Like, I don't need to sit there and beat my head against this guy. I can go get better armor. I can go get better stuff. You know, like, is that not a thing? Like, I can't go in there and get my ruins now. Like, obviously, I can't go in there and get my runes now. I have a map on the right. What, this? Or you mean that? I don't know what you mean by I have a map on the right. That doesn't make any sense. Those words are meaningless. This here? Or do you mean down here? That. Okay, we'll go there then. So yeah, if I just go level some, maybe get a bit more juice, a few more levels, more strength, a couple more like positive you know what I mean. Do gooder. You tell me there's a map in here somewhere? It's on the path, is it? Okay. There's a map on the path, I'm told. Sneaking around. Try not to get killed. Sneaking around. Is that it? Is that that's the map right there? That big thing? All right. And now? No, that's rude. Let's go way over here. Ooh, hello. Poop. Well, I gotta get a poop. Oh, that's not a poop. That's a something to talk about. Okay. Let's give them something to talk about. Gonna leave me alone, guys? I no longer exist. Ah, see? All I need is a bunch of runes. We'll just go get stuff. Nothing wrong with that. Then I can go level up. It'll be great. It'll be great. I don't need to like be a hero and immediately walk in. Why can't I just walk in when I'm good to go, you know? Just keep killing soldiers until such a time as everybody I'm good. Hello. Now you can open the map. Okay, I will. Hello. What's your... You should definitely put that away. Oh, hi. Want to see a cool move? Oh, I mean, want to see a cool move? What? 1 second. Cool move. Ah! It was the third try. Third try took the cool move. It's fine. I'll get it. Here's the map. Whoa! Look at all the map in my map. That's so crazy. There's a lake. There's a thing. This is, I mean, I'm sure there's a lot of places to go. Like, we can go there. Why don't we go there? That could be fun. Where am I? I'm near there. All right. Let's go kill some guys. Scoodly-doodly-doo. I hate missing. I know, I get that it's meant to be accurate and it's supposed to be like really like the challenge. I understand that. It's just that like I'm so used to the game being for dummies and helping you out. You know what I mean? Hello. What am I supposed to do? A secret move? I thought I was supposed to do a secret thing. Ooh. I got arms. I got his arms. He wasn't using those. I disarmed him. Disarmed. See if this was the problem. Yeah, you can't be in double mode. I don't think. I think that was the issue. You can't be in two-handed mode for that to work. Or I just was a little to the left or a little to the right. You can do it two-handed as well? I'm gonna try that move next. See if I can smack a guy. And walk up and you go like this. You go, hey! Whoop! Bam! Whoop! Hold on. I'll try to hit you with a stick. That's fun. Didn't injure him. Really? Am I gonna die this guy? I forgot to lock on again, didn't I? I did. Not a big deal. Not a big deal. It's fine. Totally fine. If you can parry, you're a better player than me. Alright. Hey, man. Let's practice parrying. Ow. Try that again. Ow! That was the wrong hand. Use the other hand. That's fun. I parried him. Eat my shorts. Greatest Elden Ring player of all time. I don't know when parrying is supposed to happen, but that wasn't so bad. Like, that was just me swinging wildly. I don't actually think I did anything correctly. I just was swinging wildly, man. Okay. Let's look at the map. Let's see if we can find somewhere fun to go. Like, is this where I came in? Or is that what I came in? No, this is where I came in. And then I walked along this whole thing. Okay, let's go. That's the castle I don't want to mess with. I guess we can go there. The Dragon Burnt Ruins. Sure. What are you? Hold on, what's that? Oh, he's a merchant. Okay. Cool. Click A where you want to go. Yeah, I know. I didn't mean to exit and then jump. That wasn't what I was planning. Oh, well, how about them apples? Oh, this is... that's funny. Good tutorial land. Cool. Hey there, bud. How you doing? Whoop, I missed. I know. If he hits me, I'm gonna cry. Honestly, dude. I think it's hilarious that I know, that's awful. Yeah, that I know. Whoop, that's not right. There it is. Hi. Need to. Maybe I did need a tutorial twice. I know these guys are meant to be pushovers. But I feel like I didn't earn that. Oh, hello. Am I going backwards? I think I am. Dang it, that shouldn't have been that hard. All right, we're I just realized that. Oh, you can't do that when you're in the middle of the tutorial. Neato. Cool beans. Am I going to the beginning again? Cats everywhere agree. Leprechauns are magically delicious. Do they? I didn't know that. Are they? I know I'm supposed to sneak around, but I don't need to with these guys. You don't get a lot of runes. I get that. But you know what? At least I'm practicing locking on. Symbol under your health saying you cannot teleport here. Like, oh, now I can't. There, now I can. That's not where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to the runes. I guess I am going to the runes. Oh, that's where I just kind of started. All right. Let's go Gatefront. No, that's bad. Because that's where I got killed. How about here? Stormhill Shack. We'll wander around up there for a little bit. I just want to level. Let's just practice. I got to remember to lock on. I haven't remembered to lock on in a minute. So let's make like this our destination. Yeah, we'll go that way. Kill whatever comes in our way. Oh, is that blue thing where I was pointed? Oh, that's fun. Is that sheep rolling away? How very clever of him. That's what's fun. To the left of the map, you find a cave with orange and black on the map. Will I? Will I? That's okay, man. If you need sleep, sleep. I've said that from the pulpit. Listen, if you need to go to sleep, that's sometimes the holiest thing you can do at that moment. Rest is a big part of life and faith. Rest is actually an act of faith. It means you're willing to let go. Well, that guy looks scary. Oh no, the bun. He's getting away. Nope, can't go up there. At least not right now. Oh well. How tough is this guy? He looks pretty tough. I should just run past him and just do these. One second, guys. Excuse me. Give me a minute. How far is he gonna chase me? Ow! Okay, pretty far. Cool, cool, cool. You stay up there, man. We good? We good? I can greet people. Hi. Welcome to the stream. I'm gonna hide right here. Get in the bush, like I'm supposed to, and I'll come say hello. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Who raided in? I didn't even notice. Beowulf's coming in. Hi, Beowulf. Welcome. I'm glad you're here. Nice to see you. Hope you are well. I am, for the first time ever, I'm playing myself some Elden Ring, and it has been a challenge, to say the least. I know. That's kind of the whole point of the game. I get it. But you know what? I thought it could be cool to try this thing. I was having a rough week, and I'm like, you know what? Make what we should do? Let's just wrap the needle. Let's make the week so bad it comes back all the way around to good. You know? I am the bush. I'm exactly. What's better than a samurai sitting in a bush being run by a guy called Ninja? I mean, we are the darkness. Nobody can find us. How are you guys doing? How was stream? What were you up to? Hopefully it was something amazing. Did he get a shout out yet? If not, I apologize. More paid? No, I don't know, man. I haven't got far. I started the stream by someone fooling me into jumping somewhere I shouldn't have jumped, and died. So like no, I wasn't very patient. I wasn't feeling very good about that. Subnautica hardcore mode. See, that's if you're like Subnautica hardcore mode, man, Elden Ring, that's rough. Then yeah, we are not on the same wavelength. There's no way I'd play Subnautica on hardcore. That's insane. Does hardcore mean the same thing it means when you're playing Minecraft? Is that like if you die, you're dead forever? Is that? Hello, bushes, my old friend. I've come to hide in you again. Yeah. Tip, use Alt up to select recent messages by this user. Why would I do that? I don't know how to do that, nor do I want to do that. We're gonna let's just see if we can keep beating that guy. I want to see if I can win anything at all today. And so far I have not won anything. He's up there. One life, and the O2 doesn't notify you when it gets low. Really? Okay. I wonder if this guy's gonna have recovered health. Do you think that's how it works? Here to lurk and have some things to do. Appreciate it, man. God bless. Thank you for the raid. It does mean worlds. It really does. Oh, I'm sorry. My bad. Very good. Okay. How's your health? Full? first time in Elden Ring. I'm the greatest Elden Ring player of all time, and everybody should just be amazed. Bleed for the win. Yeah, it's a good weapon. GG is right. Okay, now how much money did I get? Did I get good money? Am I moneyed up? I can go level up. I got 1,500 runes. That's something. Item crafting. I can craft one of those, or some of those, or a rainbow stone. Nothing good. I need to find some show stats. Oh, sorry. My stats. Rainbow stones are really good. I know that they're like the infinity stones, and therefore I can do anything. I don't know, man. I think I need dexterity and strength if I'm going to make my weapon better, but at the same time, health is always nice. Vigor. Yeah, exactly. Just do vigor until I don't die immediately with 2 strikes. That would probably be best. Ooh, what are you? A strength knot crystal tier. Let's go find out what that is. Oh, rainbow stones let you know if it's safe to jump. Oh, fun. All right, what was that? That thing, what's that do? Temporarily boosts strengths in mixed physic. I've never heard the word physic. Crystal tear forms slowly over the ages where the arid tree's bounty falls to the ground. It can be a mixture in a flask of wondrous physic. Oh, it's a crafting item? Probably. Yeah, that's not a good idea. Ooh. Oh. Ow. I gotta feed my poor horse some berries, I think, maybe. Whoa, hello. Hi, guys, how you doing? Let's try this. Nope, that didn't work. Nope, that was a terrible idea too. I bet he can smell me. He's a dog. It's kind of his thing. Flail wildly until everything dies in that general area. That's how I roll. You know, it's awfully windy over here. Is that where I just was? Alright, I think this is where I just was. Oh. Oh, neat. Alright, cool, I guess. Nope, that's bad. We'll go the easy way. There's no reason I need to be crazy about this. Are you just the world's worst guard? Is that your deal here? You are just the world's worst guard. Oh, hi! How you doing there? Oh, he's fast. And I hit a tree. Double ow. Not what I meant to do. Wow, that sucked. Okay. What do we need to know about tortoises? Are they good and tasty? That's what we need to know. How tasty they are. Hey, one of them. That's not the right button. They could beat hares in races. Hello? Hi, how you doing? Me neither.
I've seen you before. Name's Bernard. Tarnished, just like you.
You look like you're doing a lot better than I am.
Are you here in the lands between
No.
to take up the fight? Does your faith in the guidance of grace hold firm, despite the collapse
I don't know what
of the
any of that
Golden
means.
Order?
I'm not sure.
Honest to a fault, I see. Such thoughts won't behoove you as a tarnished. But there's nothing wrong with that. Any interest in bearing the torch of my battle arts? All I know is the sword. Picked up a fair few tricks in my time, too. Now's the time to pass them on. To a good tarnished like you.
Learn skills. Oh, la la. The stamp, the kick, the endure, the yelling at people. The power of insults. I said kill him and take his armor. No! He's nice. He's a friend. He's offering me nice stuff. No skill. Would you like $600 for nothing? Grants affinities and skills 2 on armor. Oh. War parry. That's kind of fun. Usable on swords, colossal weapons, and twin blades. Accepted. The storm blade. I wish it would tell you what it does. Like, I've got a pretty good thing. The whole ninja slice thing is pretty rad. It works pretty good. So I don't think I need you just yet.
There's a myriad of battle arts in these lands that I've yet to discover. Mementos of all the warriors who raised their arms in battle, lost and died. A fine tale, all told, of true chivalric romance. That's how I fell in love with the sword. And the arts.
I tried killing him once, so I was never able to get the drop on him after that, and had to be wary. Oh yeah.
To death itself.
I can't imagine that he's particularly.
Not floating your boat, eh? Well, there's no rush. Knowledge of the arts can wait another day.
Sure. I just got to check my calendar. Am I late for something right now? No, I'm good. Just got to do homework, which I can do video games or homework. Given the choice, I'm going to choose video games. Okay, I think I was headed this way. Where's that gate? No, that was the Stormhill Shack. It was over here. Yeah, I'm headed the right way. Amazing armor, though. I bet. But at what cost? At what cost? Your chivalry, that's what. I need arrows. I just need some arrows, man. That's just the way it is. Okay, here we go. How about we hire some dogs? Come here, boyos. That was way too hard. Okay, what else going on here? It's gain but hard gain? Yeah, I know, but ow. Ow. Why don't I have any flasks? Why don't I have any flasks? I was just at a site of grace. Doesn't it automatically charge your flasks when you go there? What did I do wrong? That changes his armor. What does? He has an ability that would make it easy to stagger that guy a lot. You lit it, but not sat there. Oh, really? Well, alrighty then. You want me to kill this guy? Like, I have a feeling if I go and I try to kill him, he's going to kill me to death. And I get one try at that. I don't think it's a great idea. I didn't go back to kill. How much do you cost to go up? 847. Oh yeah, I just lost all my stuff. Forgot about that. Dilly ding dang darn it. We at least got to go back and get it. At least I think I'm going the right way. Am I going the right way? Nope, I'm not. It's exactly the opposite way. Hello? What's your deal? Just appearing out of nowhere and throwing things at me. That's what you get for doing that. I'm a peace-loving guy. I'm not trying to hurt anybody out here. Oh, no, oh, I forgot. All these guys are going to come back now. We're going to do this quickly. What? All right. Gentlemen. Next. Anybody else want some? Get it, boys! way better. Turns out if you lock on, life is infinitely better. Hard to figure out which way I'm facing. That's the way I'm facing. Okay. Now there's just one big dumb jerk in here, if I recall. Let's see what we can do. Come here, boys. There's a guy I need you to go kill. Can you do that for me? Missed. Wrong side. Now. Hello. Flesh. My favorite. Was that it? That's all I got? Nothing for nobody? What's your deal? Surely there was something else in here. Not just some guy just standing around. What a jerk. They weren't doing nothing to nobody. Maybe I'm not cut out for Elden Ring. Seems rude. You know? Prefer muscle over flesh? Right? Right? Yeah, I hear that. All right, well, I guess that was dumb. And I'm back. All right, how much money did I get from that? Hey, I did pretty good. I can actually level up now. He's hard to hit. There we go. What was that? Something good. Oh, because I killed everything there, I got extra stuff. Neato. I forgot about that. If you do everything in an area, cool things happen. Neat. All right. Guess I can drink a potion now. I did. I made it through the video. It took 2 hours, and there was a long conversation about the regulative principle and whether or not contemporary Christian music can be played in at all, let alone on the radio. So it was actually an interesting conversation. I'm glad we did it, but it got intense there for a bit. I knew it would. Actually, it's not what I was intending to talk about at all. I wanted to talk about the people that do, the actual people, but we ended up talking about the concepts. Hi guys, I'm here to kill people or run away. Let's get you. Did you not? I don't get up very quick, do I? That's not what I wanted to do either. I keep hitting the wrong button. I keep clicking left down instead of... But this guy should be able to take. Come on, really? Ow. Give it intellectual chat that focuses on deep topics rather than just people. Yeah, that's true. It wasn't a complaint, that's for sure. Come here, tumbleweed. I'll take you and your whole family. That's an archer. I wish I was an archer. Because I don't have any arrows, you see. I wish I could craft some arrows. That would be lovely. Can't even find or buy any arrows. It's not great. All right. Ow. Jerk. Ow! Am I just gonna knock it up? That guy's really hard to kill. I got bolts, but bolts don't actually do anything. Ooh, a sparkly. I'm going to the sparkly. Please hit it. Love a duck. It's a sparkly. Leave me alone. Hello. Unthinkable. Our hallowed resting place is violated. To refuse the air tree's call to return to live within death, sickening. Aw, poor guy. Probably. What's in here? Anything good? Please don't be a trap. 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 Oh, it's more sparklies. Sweet. Nothing bad ever happened in a place this sparkly. It's like freaking Neverland, man. All right, I'm gonna go up and kill that guy. Wait. I gotta go rest at the place, otherwise you don't get rid of. Yep. All right, here, rest. Level up. Actually, I can level something up. Vigor. More vigor. Oh, I got lots of money. HP goes all the way up to 247. Yes. So if I do more strength. Wow, that doesn't go up at all. From 129 to 130? Bruh. Wait, if it's R2? Oh, it's based on the weapon, I would imagine. Okay. So if I do dexterity, those then they both go up. Interesting. What about intelligence? Nothing. Nothing. Vitality goes up. Did my HP go up if I do that? No. Vigor is HP. That makes my FP go up. All right. Endurance makes my stamina go up, obviously. And it makes me carry more stuff. Cool. I don't know what one step further is actually better. I'm gonna get it anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna get it anyway. And then we're gonna go try kill this guy. You never know. Oh, because I rested, they're all back. You know what? Forget it. I'm going down to the catacombs. I'm tired of getting killed by that one guy. Now, let's see what happens. How's it going down here, boys? Anything good for me? That's an ominous looking thing right there. I don't like it at all. Root resin. The summoning pool is now functional. I can summon a dude? Let's go. How do I do that? Last time there was like a rune somewhere. Is it an inventory thing? Tarnish, create a summon sign for cooperative multiplayer. So it's a co-op sign to summoning pools. You want to wait until you open the door to the fog anyway. Yeah, well, I thought that it would give me like an option like it did in the last one. Locked by some kind of contraption. Lousy stinking contraptions. Ew, hi! It's a Skelly boy. Suddenly it's Minecraft. Hi. Ow. All right, cool. Nope, that's not cool. Aha. I don't want to get eaten by skellies. Wow, okay. Jerk. Yeah, what? 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 What are you gonna do? Yeah, what? Yeah, come here. I double dog dare you. Come on. Come on out. Oop. Ow! right, forget it. I'm not going in there. Everything in this game is really dangerous, and I don't like it. Can I just look at the scenery? Can we just look at the scenery? Like it could be nice. This could be a nice game. You never know. Skeleton shouldn't get up. I mean, that shouldn't be allowed. That's what wallpaper engine is for.
Hello?
Oh? Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Who?
Help me.
Who? What?
I'm stuck. Hello?
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 Yeah?
Anyone?
What's up?
Oh, my stars.
Hi, friend.
I'm so happy to see you. I am
far out.
Alexander, also known as the Iron Fist. And as you can see,
yeah, that's
I'm
a bummer.
stuck here. Please, can you help me
Sure.
out of this?
Sure, I'll help you out. No problem, buddy.
My thanks. 1,000 thanks. Just give me a good smack from the rear with something nice and big. And I'll pop clean out, I'm sure. Don't dally. No, there's no need to fret. I'm very well trained. Give it your all, I say.
Okay. Here we go. All right, we'll try it this way. All right. Oh, hold on. I'm with the wrong weapon. Oh, there you go. Something. How about that? Yeah, let's do that. Nope. Yay! Just requires a few snacks. Hi.
Well played, good lady.
No problem.
Well played. Though that mighty wallop of yours almost
Well, that was your
spelled the
plan.
end of me.
I'm a lady.
Well, I'm out now.
It really does. Give me a
That's
thing.
what counts.
Yes?
I thank you. And as a token of my appreciation, I'd like you to
What do
have
I get?
this.
Ew. Gross.
Once again, pleasure is mine. I am the warrior Jar known as Alexander. Iron Fist Alexander, in fact. I journey to the east, where I intend to further my education in the ways of the Lord. And beyond these lands lie the scarlet, rot-blighted
Those sound great.
wilds. And upon their southern edge is Redmane Castle, in which a festival of combat is being held. I'd heard whispers of such festivities before. Doesn't the notion set your breast aflutter?
Not really, no. Ew! Everything in this game is gross. It's all just so gross. I want to play Final Fantasy, where there's just like pretty girls and light and magic and shiny stuff and a blonde guy. So none of that. Nope. Like, I'm certain that these things are going to try to kill me. Like, if I try to go in here, that thing is, that everything about that just says nope. It's a big fat nope right there. Ow. Bug, where'd you go? Alright, I don't want to talk to you anymore anyway. That's where? Oh, I gotta go up. Can I go up? There it is. Good. Cool. That was fun. I don't think I can get up there. Like, I don't think there's enough base to jump. I don't think my horse can do it either. I have to go around. Ooh, that guy again. There's so many of him. Or is that the same guy? Nope, different guy. All right, well. Gonna walk around. There's a bad guy up there. I really do need some arrows. Yo! Thank you so much! Dude, thank you. I appreciate that, Anon. Very kind of you. I'm on a little later because I wanted to see what I could do here. And it's nice. Appreciate that, man. Or woman, as the case may be. Man in a generic sense, as in human. How am I still messing up the buttons? Hi. What are you looking at? Oh, are you the guy that jumps down? No. Ooh, I don't know what that is. Can I go down from here? Hello? Yeah, what? Oh, crap. I'll just go like this. Boop. Boop. You jump. He jumps. I bet he jumps. He's gonna jump. Yeah, that figures. Cool. I'm a dude, he's a dude, she's a dude, real dudes, yeah. Jump on horseback while riding and you'll be able to go really, really high. Okay, cool, that's where I want to go. Woo! That is not where I want to go! That's literally out of the frying pan into the fire! I don't like that! I don't like that at all! Oh, the good stuff up here, though. Yummy. That's where I was headed. That is too many bad guys. When I was a kid, I heard that dude was a pimple on a horse's rump. Which guy? Oh, the word dude. Might be. I don't know. I like calling people dude. So this is where my little marker was. Wonder if there's anything here to actually see. Delete the marker. And it just fades out. Oh, that's clever. I like that. That's kind of neat. You can't blame this game for not having style. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Opinion. That's what you get for having opinions. I walked all this way for nothing. Big pile of nothing. Except for monsters as far as the eye can see. Ooh, hello. And like a camp. Yeah, that's enough. Ooh, where? Okay, no, I'm out of here. Just, yes. Okay, that's enough. I'm all puckered. My whole entire being is puckered to the max. I can't believe jumping on top of that. Like, I literally ran away from one and jumped into where there were 5. That is not fair. That's not fair at all. You know? Infected elephant's butt hair? Okay, wow. That's not it either. It can't be it. Why would anybody start calling themselves dude if that was the translation? You know? That wouldn't have caught on. Thank you for being here, guys. Tomorrow's Thursday. I think we're gonna get back into Final Fantasy tomorrow. That was a lot. I'm gonna need to look at something with a lot more brightness in it for a little while before my heart can fully, come back around to wanting to play Elden Ring. I tried it though. Guess I didn't try. Are you quoting someone, Ferric? See if there's anybody here we can see if we can write out to. The Nobody Hunter. That's me. I'm the Nobody Hunter. Oh, Pony's on. All right, there you go. Come say hi to Pony. She's gonna be our DM tomorrow. So tomorrow we're gonna be. Oh no, tomorrow we're gonna be back in the First Responder, Grand Theft Auto 5 First Responder role-playing server. And then at 3 o'clock, we're going to be jumping into Dungeons and Dragons. Tomorrow's a big day. 6-hour stream, baby. It's going to be awesome. I'd love to go to Reach to hang out with you some, but I'm not sure we can make that happen this year. My goal is to hang out with you sometime on this side of New Heavens and New Earth, right? That's what, yeah, I mean, everything's far away and I'm Canadian. That makes things a little bit more complicated. I will completely agree with you on that. Dude. But we'll find a way. We'll find maybe TacoCon. We'll hold TacoCon at your house. That's what we'll do. All right, guys. I'll see ya.